Welcome back to the BlunderSpeaker Show, folks. Absolute pleasure, as always, to have you here. My name is, I always seem to start with this, don't I? It's dreadful. My name is Tepid Goose, as always. Absolute pleasure, as I say, to have you here. My God, that's 2 blunders in the opening sentence. That's not a good sign, is it? What date are we today? It's Tuesday, 29th of April, and I have had an absolute day of it, let me tell you. I feel like I always come in here and start the show like that, but it is sincerely true this time around. And we are now 12 minutes past 9, which should signal a little bit of how the day has gone for me. It was my intention to start recording around about 6 p.m. today. I have been turning over a new leaf as of late, and I say that it's been about a day. But I did intend to turn over a new leaf, and I was trying to get my recording starting earlier in the day, but for about 100 reasons that did not happen, which I will get to momentarily. What are we here for? What are we looking at? What are we planning to do today? Hopefully, first of all, I'm going to look at the correct screen, given that I looked at the wrong place so many times in the last recording, but I'll get to all of that as well in a few minutes. Today, we are here and we have Lure of the Deep Wilderness and we have a spread of Rampant Green. These are the winning combination, and this was, I believe, your wildcard matchup on the last recording at the end of our HME episode. These will, for that reason, of course, be playing against Habsburg Livestock Colony. I'm really looking forward to this matchup. I'm really looking forward to play Habsburg because I haven't played them in quite a while. And as I did say last time out, things are really starting to heat up and things are starting to get difficult because the adversaries from here on out, we have Habsburg, England and Russia. And as you may well know, those 3 adversaries do not mess around. Now, we've got all sorts of things happening with the rig and the equipment and the sound and the lighting, and pretty much absolutely everything has been overhauled as of the previous recording. I did say last time out that I thought I'd figured some things out, and as I am known to do at this stage, it seems, as soon as I feel like I have something figured out, I go ahead and I listen back to the recording during the week, and I realize that there are some issues. And it is sincerely true of the last one, and of course of all of the previous videos before. Now, I am, as you probably heard me talk about before, quite a perfectionist, and I cannot help but tweak and fix and change and adjust and test and all sorts of things. But look, last time out, I had the microphone, which you can probably see here is right in front of me now, in front of my face. I had that little bit down and I had it sort of off to the side of the table just a little bit when I was doing my recording last time, and it created some issues for me. Not least of which was that my levels, as I was kind of looking around the table, were changing quite a bit. And as I looked away from the table on one side, it wasn't really picking me up very much at all. And sort of I wanted to find a way to improve on that. So I started out the day taking pretty much all my rig apart, and I got my microphone down right on the table in front of me, literally took it off the boom arm and I put it here on the table in front of me, and I designed an entire rig and setup with that in mind. I literally changed everything. I had the card cam that I use, which is usually on the table, and it's down here just in front of me here, just off to the side of the of both cameras. I had that with the boom arm setup, so that was really cool, and that was kind of pretty strong and consistent. But then I just realized the error of my ways. It was absolute madness. I had this camera or this microphone sitting in the table in front of me while I was trying to do things with my hands, which was insane, and I was bumping off it, and I just couldn't get audio levels to work, and it was a disaster. So I have literally spent 6 hours today changing and tweaking and moving, and oh my God, I just cannot tell you. It was looking dicey. I'm not gonna lie. I got emotional. I was stressed because it did not look like I was going to get my recording done this evening, and my wife, my darling wife, was telling me that I should skip it and do it during the day tomorrow. But the problem also was I had all sorts of children running around outside while all this was happening, and my recording levels, because this bloody microphone is so sensitive, as I talked about before, I have it practically turned off on input volume, and it was still picking up the kids outside on the road. So I was all sorts of stressed. But anyway, look, it's late, as I say. It's after 9 p.m. My kids are in bed. It seems like all the kids outside are in bed because it's dark, and it is not really a time of the day for children to be running around screaming and ruining my video. With that said, it's been a very warm day today. This room is very warm, and I absolutely have to have that window open. So that was the other thing I was trying to figure out today, was how do I come up with a setup which will allow me to have this window open at all times from now on, because recording in this room as we're starting to get into the summer, of which today looked like the first kind of ish day of summer in Ireland. I know I talked about it before being warm, but today it was warm, and the sun comes over the roof during the day, and as it gets towards the sort of later half of the afternoon and the evening, the sun beats down on the front of our house, and this room turns into a sauna, and it will be impossible for me to record with that window closed. So I have to find a way to get my settings right. So I am really sincerely hoping that I have something that sounds somewhat okay this time round. I am consciously aware that because of the settings, and because this is now again kind of reasonably close to my laptop, and that laptop is whirring like crazy, I had to get it in such a way that it will stop that laptop being picked up, but also it means I now have to get close to the mic. So if I'm moving over here and doing something with my tokens, or I'm coming over here and checking something with whatever, the levels may be up and down, and I'm not going to know until after the fact. So I really sincerely hope that this works out better than before. I think I have some things figured out where I kind of get a balance right, where it doesn't go too low or too high, and hopefully, really hopefully, we do not get any of that background fan, as I talked about before. So absolutely, unquestionably, I will have post-production work to do, and I will probably be listening back to myself with all of that post-production work that I'm doing, and listening to all of the hissing sounds. I also picked up before that there were some issues you may have noticed. I think in the TED interview, I was pretty unhappy with my my S sounds. I believe the word is sibilance. So you get this S, 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 and I hope that does not come across too badly. So this could perhaps be a test for me while I am doing my testing and the audio hissing sounds, and hopefully I can cut those all out. So that was my test. That's what I'm going to use when I'm doing the post-production. But anyway, I am waffling. We're 7 minutes in, and I haven't even told you about what beer I have yet today. So I do, of course, have a beer. It was really warm and sunny and summery today, so I got a beer. It's a beer actually that I have never tried before. It's probably going to be terrible in truth, but I had to buy it because I've been meaning to taste this beer for many a year. It is a beer called Super Bock. People will probably know and have heard of it. Give me a second here. Let me pull it out of the old ice bath. Back on duty, of course, for tonight. There we are. There's our Super Bock for this evening. Let's hope it's a super beer. I don't, to be honest, hold out too much hope of that. As I say, I'm not the biggest lager fan, and sometimes in sunny weather, that kind of Spanish, Portuguese, whatever style lager works, especially when you're away on holidays and it gets pretty sunny, and you need a couple of beers by the pool. I certainly wasn't by a pool today, but I was in a pool of my own sweat almost. Let me tell you that. If you can afford me the gross visual, but there is the Super Bock open. I forgot to get myself a beer glass. What will I do with that? I'll just drink it out of this. I've got two of these glasses here. I've got a cut glass put aside from before, so I'll just use this one for tonight. Won't have my fancy beer glass for tonight, but maybe that's applicable for the old sort of Spanishy, Portuguesey, lagery. Oh yeah, that's what. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, that tastes exactly like a swimming pool. And no, it does not taste of chlorine. But you know that beer that on your summer holidays, on your by the pool in Spain or whatever it is, your Estrella or your what are the other ones? I can't even remember the name of them now. But yeah, they're all generally not great beers in my mind. But look, I'm happy to have that for tonight. It sort of fits the occasion. It fits the weather. That's the situation with the beer. We've got the sparkling water. We've got all the other good stuff going there. What else now? The matchup. So I talked about the rig, I talked about the beer. I have not gotten the time because of all of that mess today. I did not get time to actually sit down and read and think about my strategy coming into this game, which is rather unfortunate. I would have liked the time to do it because, you probably know me by now. I like to formulate a strategy for a game. But this is one of those times where, to be honest, you're going to get to see me doing this almost from scratch. I haven't really had much time to think about this. I put the matchup together, obviously, before thinking about kind of the token combos and the wilds combos that the two spirits may have. So I thought there was maybe something interesting to be had there. How well will that play into Habsburg? I'm really not sure. I talked about this before, the durable mechanic, which we'll get to now in a moment. We'll look at Habsburg. I think is going to cause some problems for both of these spirits here, in truth. And we will see how all of that works. But I haven't really figured out whether I want to go top track, bottom track, whether I want to lean into innate or any of that kind of stuff just yet. So you're going to see me figure this out very much on the fly. And we'll go through and we'll talk back to front, and we'll have a quick look at the adversary first. Habsburg monarchy. You've got a loss condition that's going to check how much damage that gets done in a ravage, and every time a blight comes in after a ravage of 8 or more, we're going to be in trouble. So we're going to track how many of those come off, and if the number of blight that ever appear on the island from such ravages ever goes above 2, which is the number of players, the invaders will win. So we will be very much having to keep an eye on that one. We have an escalation here that is going to do bad things if there is not enough blight on the island. It's going to either put a town, or it's going to put 2 towns onto the board, depending on how much blight there is, and we'll see how that goes as we go along. We have some stuff here where towns are going to move, which is migratory herders there, the first level as we build, and then after the build step, we're going to have to start gathering towns into the land that just built, which is very problematic. We've done our during setup thing, so we've added the extra towns onto the board, and during play, when you would build a city in land, you instead build 2 towns, which is a problem. We've changed the invader deck, so we have removed one of the stage 1 cards there. Level 4 then is going to be the durable mechanic I just talked about. So any town in a land that does not contain a blight will have +2 health, which is a total and utter disaster. It's extremely hard to play. It may be the single hardest rule in all 8 adversaries. England 5 and 6 are both pretty punishing as well. I would say they're definitely up there, but Habsburg 4 is a disaster. So we're going to have to play really carefully with how we play with all of that. Level 5 here, before the initial explore, we're going to put this reminder card, so it is in there in the deck under the top 5 cards, and this is when it's revealed. It's going to add a whole bunch of plastic to the board, which would be, by the time you make it there, you often think you're doing okay, and then that thing hits, and then you realize you're not doing okay at all. And then finally level 6, which is also quite difficult. Ravages are going to do +2 damage if any adjacent land has a town. Now, that's all of that. Let's move our way back right to left here. We've got a spread of rampant green, and I am not, in truth, the biggest fan of this spirit. For very similar reasons to what I talked about with Stone's Unyielding Defiance before. I am not hugely in love with some of the overpowered nature of this spirit. Gift of Proliferation is the best unique in the whole game. And thankfully, with our friend Tangles here, we actually lose Gift of Proliferation. So you can read it there. It's going to replace our innate power, Creepers Tear into Mortar. So we're not going to have the left innate there anymore. It's going to be replaced by this innate. And it is also going to swap out Gift of Proliferation, which I have thrown behind me in a pile somewhere. And it's going to be replaced with this card, Belligerent and Aggressive Crops. So this is going to be the replacement card. It's going to add some wilds. It's going to potentially do some damage. We also have then all of Green's other uniques that we would probably pretty familiar with at this stage. You're going to get bits and pieces of damage from the stem. We're going to get some extra presence placement, most likely off Overgrow, or potentially some Fear later on, and then we get some town movement, or the hand movement with Fields choked with Growth. We do get to keep the right innate, so we get to keep some amount of defend, possibly also a blight removal later in the game, but this is not really going to defend the incoming ravages of Habsburg all too well. So keep an eye out on that one in this game to be more of a lost condition prevention as opposed to an actual blight or a sort of a ravage prevention. So we'll see how that one all plays out. But I am happy to say that we will not just turn this game into Gift of Proliferation spam, because that is kind of boring. Now, we have Lure of the Deep Wilderness here. This as well is not one of my favorite spirits in this game. I'm not in love with Lure, and there's a couple of reasons. Again, there's a couple of play dynamics that I don't really like about this spirit. For me, this spirit does something a little bit different to what many of the other spirits do. Green actually does it too. So we have two spirits that both do the same thing. Their payoff in a game is not their innates. Their payoff in the game is their uniques. So Lure has two of the absolute strongest uniques in this entire game, and it's neither the ones you've just seen on the screen. It is going to be Softly Beckon Ever Inward, and it is going to be Swallowed by the Wilderness. These two cards are both obscenely powerful. Softly Beckon, I've mentioned this on the show multiple times when I've compared other cards to this and how unfavorably many of the other uniques and or minor powers sort of stack up against the power of this card. Softly Beckon Ever Inward can be absurdly strong. I think probably this is one of the matchups where it's maybe not quite at its strongest, but against things like France, HME, Russia, although this spirit is just broken against Russia overall. There's like a whole bunch of, BP even, like there's a bunch of adversaries where this card is just completely absurd. Against this one, we'll see how it goes. I tend to feel that this will not quite be as strong as usual, but we will certainly see how that plays out. And we've also got then the Swallowed by the Wilderness, which is a 1-cost fast power that can deal like 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, depending on your Badlands situation. So it's absurdly strong as well. And then you've got some other stuff that does kind of tokens and things and gives you some good elements. So overall, Lure of the Deep Wilderness plays very much with its unique powers as the payoff. And for that reason, I think Lure is one of the very strongest spirits in the whole game during the first 3 or so turns. Because you're kind of already at your max power level in a sense. You don't really scale very much with this spirit, and that is where the problems come in with the growth options. And I'm not going to lean too much into it now because I may well talk about that as part of the Habsburg Livestock actual podcast that we do. So I don't want to spend too much time. I might even pick it up at the end of the show here, but we're now 17 minutes in. We've sort of talked through more or less what the spirits do. We didn't really look at lures and eights there. It does some gathering, some stuff. Some of this I think could play quite well. We'll just bring it back up for 2 seconds here. So we've got the left and 8 here, which just kind of break down some towns, replace them with explorers, which could be a really powerful effect on the left and 8. And you've got the right and 8 that's going to sort of just deal a whole bunch of damage to explorers after you kind of break them down. So they kind of combo with each other. I think overall, yeah, that could work into Habsburg. Obviously, breaking down the towns means you turn off the durable because, you don't care about that anymore. So I think that could potentially be good here. But I don't know. I don't know how I want to play this spirit because it doesn't, as I say, scale very much. You don't really place that many presents all over the game. You're kind of incentivized to reclaim loot because your innates or your uniques are so strong, which I would rather avoid if I can. I don't really like playing that style of game. So, there's some nice stuff potentially with the combos, with the tokens and the wilds on each side, and I'd like to lean into that. I'm just not 100% sure exactly how strong that will be. It could be that as part of this game, as it gets rolling, we may well want to turn the corner and start pivoting into majors, especially on the side of green, which, green doesn't have the strongest kit. If the right innate is good, green's kit is generally good. But if the right innate is weak, as it is here in this matchup, you need to find other ways to start getting rid of plastic. And especially because, of course, we don't have the left innate to deal damage to the building. So, look, that's how that's all going to look. We have the board set up. I'm going to take my my uniques back, put them off here to the side, and then I'm going to do the opening explore. And we will see how that all shakes out. Board has been set up okay. We've got everything that we need. We're going to open up and we're going to look at a wetland explore. I have, of course, randomized these boards before. I just did it before setup to kind of save some time. So we're going to have our coastal city explore on the board A for green, and on this side of the board we've got 2 lands which are not causing us any kind of lost condition ravage on the opening turn. So that's something to bear in mind here. If we look at this board right now, we have essentially 3 of our lands are not going to be lost condition ravages, and one of them will be. So over here we'll go build a town and then pull one of these towns in after the build. that's going to go 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5. And in actual fact, we will not even have an adjacent town when we're ravaging on this side of the board. So essentially, those two towns are both going to end up going that way. We can't do, there's no way to sort of prevent that. One will get pulled one way, one will get the other. So that's where those two towns are going to get pulled into. And then each of the lands will also contain a town. But none will have adjacent towns. It's actually true to say here that of all of our starting ravages, none of them will be adjacent to a town, because that's also going to get pulled in there, and then this one will not have anything to pull in there. So this also won't be a lost condition, because we will not have a town adjacent, because we'll build two towns. 2, 4, 6. Oh no, sorry, that's just, what am I talking about? That is a lost condition ravage. So yeah, sorry. So we will have one lost condition ravage. This one won't, because that's going to prevent the build, and that'll be 3, 5, 6, and we've no adjacent town, so that's not a lost condition. And then this one is going to go build 2 towns, and that'll be 2, 4, 6, 7, but it's going to pull in that town up to 9. So this is the one we need to be aware of here. We do not want to start taking lost condition ravages this early in the game. So that's something that we need to be thinking about as part of this opening turn. Otherwise, I will be very happy as part of this game to start taking as much blight as possible. Generally speaking, that is usually my approach to playing against Habsburg Livestock here, and it will be most likely my approach for this game as much as possible. But I do want to point out that the Wetlands Explorer over on Lure's side of the board has issues. So, for 2 reasons. One, we already have a blight in this land. So while that will help us get up and above the threshold for the escalation for Habsburg, which by the way starts next turn, because this turn we're going to explore with this final stage 1 card, and then the following turn we're going to explore with a stage 2 card. So the basically we get 1 ravage, and then we explore with a stage 2 card. So we want to, at the very least, let's bring back up our panel here and have a look here. So it's going to be after the explore step. On each board with 4 or fewer blight, we add a town to a land without towns or blight. And then on each board with 2 or fewer, do so again. So ideally, we would like to have a board here that has 3 blight if we can. That's what we'd like to see here. That will at least mean that both boards will only give us 1 town as opposed to 2. So what that means is, again, come back to the board here. If we get, because we're not going to be able to get above that, right? There's no way that we can get above the 4 up to 5 yet. I want to get there as soon as I can, and that's just how I play against this adversary. But what we can do is we can get to 3 on both boards. That means take 2 blight on each board. We still won't have flipped the blight card at that stage, and then we can kind of go from there. Now, to get 2 blight on each of these boards is going to require a couple of things. On this side of the board, we've got 2 Dahan up here, which we would quite like to protect. We also have 2 presents up there that we wouldn't mind protecting either. Now, Lure doesn't have any sacred site cards, so we don't have to protect the presents, but we would quite like to protect the Dahan if we can. Again, thinking about what that ravage is going to look like, it's going to build a town, then it's going to pull in another town, and then it will not have an adjacent town. So that's going to ravage for 5. So a defend of 4 would solve that land for us. And then we could let this blight cascade, and that could give us the 2 blight on this board. And then on this side of the board, if we let both lands ravage through, we could take 2 blight on that side of the board, and that could put us above that threshold. And I really want to hit above that threshold. So that's going to be the plan here. We need to let basically these 2 ravages in, and then on this side of the board, we want to probably solve that if we can. Now we have the greens Rightinate that can give us a defend of 4 if we could get across there with the sacred site, which is a pretty difficult thing to be able to do. We could potentially do it, but it's not easy. We can do something like at range 2 with our growth. Just quickly looking at our growth here from green, we can go range 2 with our always range 2, and then we can do either the overgrown of night to give us a presence out onto the board, or we could just do either the G2 2 there, which is to add a presence at range 1. So we kind of have a few different configurations that can allow us kind of move across the board and maybe set up a sacred site in this land up here. And that's what I think I'd be looking at doing here to give me the defender 4. But getting that defender 4, we need to think about how next turn can we hit a double water and a double 2 water 4 plant, which is going to be extremely difficult. We would essentially need to play 1 card on the first turn maybe, and then on the second turn play 3 cards. Which if we did this on the second turn, that would also give us our second level of the Tangles innate. And that might be interesting. Let's have a look at what that looks like. That would cost us 1 energy next turn. So if we G3 here to gain a power card and place a presence, maybe from the bottom track on the first turn, that will give us 1 play on the first turn. In theory, we could get 2 plays if we go that way with that one. And then next turn, we can go G2 to play an extra card and then play all 3 of these. And that would give us the defend of... No, it wouldn't give us the defender 4. I'd also need to take 2 presents off the top to be able to do that. Can I do that? It's a lot of all in here to try and get the thing. But the thing about it is the Tangles innate with the 2 sun. This is my only sun cards. So it's like, kind of want to be trying to solve like a build or something with that. Actually, that would also give me the isolate next turn. I'd get level 3 of that if I could find a way to unlock that plant on the top track. So unlocking the plant on the top track means... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can do it, right? So this turn... Oh, no. What am I doing here? That does not place a presence. I've lost it. So this turn will be this. No. This. No. This. And then next turn, we go... Let's say that's out there for now. We'll put it back in a second. That's the first turn. We unlock the 1 energy and that's fine. Second turn, we go again here, and then we go add a presence this time. And then, so that would go bottom. And that would give us 2 card plays plus an extra 1, and that would give us all of that next turn. And then, somewhere in the middle, we've gone Overgrown and Night on the first turn, most likely, which has removed the final presence, and that's given us the plant. So I think there's a way to get 4 presents off our tracks, and then we reclaim with 2 card plays the plant unlocked on the top, and then we can almost run that back. No, we can't run it back at that point because we won't have 3 plays, we'll have 2, but we can figure something out. So I think that's the way we do this. So let's unwind obviously all of that back here, and it means we're going to go gain a power card, and we're going to do the gain 3 energy on the first turn. Now that means we likely then have to play the Overgrown and the Night on the first turn. Which is probably fine. But to do that, oh yeah, because we've got the +3 energy. I think that all looks okay. So I think that's our play on this side of the board. We'd likely play the Overgrown Night, which doesn't really do anything for us, but it sets us up on the second turn. But we do need to think about where do we want to be at range 0 for the Tangles. That's the other thing to think about with this. And we'd, at that point, because we do the add presence at range 1, well, actually, no, because next turn we'll do this again. So as long as we're range 2 from this land next turn, we're okay. So we've kind of multiple options that we can be within that next turn. So that's all okay. So I think that's our play for the first 2 turns lined up on the side of green. The only thing to think about with that is I'm unlocking an 8 and doing lots of different bits and pieces there. But what am I actually doing as far as this ravage? Like, I've no fast powers at that point to actually stop this being a loss condition. Now, I know I can obviously... Well, I guess what I can do is I can stop it building, which stops 2 towns coming on the board. So I could place a presence in here, choke the build, let it gather in, and just let it ravage next turn, and I'll take the blight and I'll lose another presence, which is pretty rough. Throwing away 2 presents to stop a loss condition, which I don't love. I feel like I can do better than that, but at the minimum, I'm already taking a loss on a presence anyway. I'm already losing 1 anyway, assuming I want to let that ravage in. Like, obviously, at this point, clearly I can stop the ravage and allow no blight to come in, but at that point I'm going to take 2 towns from the escalation, and that just really isn't an option for me. I'm not taking 2 towns off that escalation. I will throw away 2 presents to stop that happening, the extra town, because the towns just add up too quickly. Like you can see here with the gathering and moving of the towns all over the board, even 1 single town from this adversary is big news and a big problem. So I do not want to allow that to happen. Conscious here that my mat is slipping all over the place a little bit here. I put this mat on the table to try to keep things in a good spot, but it's kind of moving a little bit with my arms on it. So that's unfortunate, but we'll keep an eye. So obviously on the side of lure then, I think we have a plan for green, more or less. On the side of lure, can your lure do anything? Like, again, it can softly beckon ever inward, maybe on this side of the board, and stop that lost condition ravage without having to throw away a presence from green. Another presence from green. We are going to have to lose 1 presence, we know that, but we could potentially go turn 1 softly beckon ever inward and do something about all of that. Softly beckon as well could pull away that Dahan out of there, so we get to save 1 of our Dahan, which wouldn't be a bad idea. We could, for example, jump across. Because we know Swallow by the Wilderness is a range 0 power, I wouldn't mind getting my presence into that land with lure and use that as one of my gather. I've got range 2 of all of the coast. Let me show you the land I'm talking about there. So there gives me a range of all of those coasts, which is really nice. It also gives me a range of that coastal land as well. So that touches 4 coastal lands, and it's got a blight in it, so it's a good source of dealing damage at my range 0 power. So that's almost certainly where I want to be with lure. If I jump across there with my G, what do you call that? 1 or 2, I guess. Sorry, G2, and then get my presence in that land, then I play softly beckon ever inward, and I can pull 1 of the Dahan out of there. I can gather up to 2 Dahan, so I probably won't split either of those other 2, but that's okay. And then I can pull some number of invaders out of this land to stop that being a lost condition ravage, and I think all of that looks pretty good to me, I believe. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that all looks good to me. Now the question is then, do I go bottom track or top track with the softly beckon? Swallowed by the Wilderness, we don't need this turn, that's for sure. We can do either of the Perils of the Deepest Island or the Gift of the Untamed Wild here with this to sort of start trying to unlock our innates. But as I said before, I don't love that path because you start going bottom track and you start running into issues with just getting into a reclaim loop. I kind of enjoy a top track lure. I feel like bottom track lure is just kind of the default standard. Like, yes, I'd get to sort of lean into the innate on the left hand side, but like if I go top track, if I go one from bottom track to get 2 card plays and I go top track, that'll allow me get as far as the level 3 of the left innate there. The replacing the city with the explorers and then pulling them in. So I won't get the repeat, but you never get there anyway. So with the moon on the top track, that kind of lets you get to that with only 2 card plays, which is quite nice. And then on the side, on the right hand side, you kind of never really get past the second level anyway. In a sense, I find with lure, like it's rare that you even get that level 3 with the 2 damage ability. Very often it's just your best case scenario is you're adding the Badlands and then you get to destroy some of the explorers. So like it's a kind of a pipe dream. The top levels of these innates of this spirit is kind of a pipe dream, even if you go bottom track, I find. Because the top track gives you the moon and it gives you the plant to give you a shot at getting the first couple of levels on each ability, but then you also get to go and start slamming majors, which are super fun. And you don't get stuck in a reclaim loop because if you see here, the growth patterns have when you reclaim, you can't add a presence. So that's obviously the 2 of those are tied together. And also this spirit really wants you to use that G3 a lot with the gaining the elements. Which doesn't give you card plays, which doesn't stretch out your reclaim, and it doesn't really let you advance your game very much. So there are a lot of the problems that I have with this spirit. I'm now vocalizing that you can probably see. So do you know what? I think I may well go well, so I play Softly Beckon Ever Inward. If I go bottom track, I could play another moon card and I could unlock the first and second level of Forsake Society to Chase After Dreams, which I think could be quite nice. That could potentially stop us getting the double town inland build somewhere. So I think getting that going on the first turn is probably quite nice. And then if I keep the Gift of the Untamed Wild for element reasons for the following turn. So if I go bottom track, play the 2 of these. Then in actual fact, could play the Gift of the Untamed Wild. So if I'm thinking about gaining a major next turn, what card do I want to throw away? Probably the Perils. The Perils gives a Badlands, and Badlands could be really nice with what Spread Around Green is trying to do here. It's a worse card elementally, but then Gift of the Untamed Wild is giving it's giving wilds which work with, well, see, you don't do damage per wilds with Tangles. This is why I wish I had time, by the way, to look this up before, because as you can see, I'm really trying to figure this out on the fly. So bear with me here, folks. As you know, it probably takes me a bit of time to figure the strategy out here and exactly how I want to approach this game. So you can see I'm already thinking 2 turns in advance almost here of what cards I'm throwing away and how I'm approaching. So this belligerent aggressive cops is not damage per wilds. I thought it was, but it actually isn't. So it adds a wilds, and then it's if there's an adjacent wilds, you get an additional damage. So yes, you want more wilds wilds on the board for that reason, but it doesn't stack. It's not like more wilds equals more damage type of thing. So Perils of the Deepest Island with the Badlands has got to be important here. We've got 2 cards in Green's hand that are rubbish damage dealers and that just get significantly better with Badlands. You don't have the Creeper's Tear into Mortar, which is the other card that, or the other ability that also relies on Badlands a lot. But I think I want to keep the Perils of the Deepest Island. And for that reason, I believe I want to throw away the Gift of the Untamed Wild. Next turn. I definitely don't want to throw away Softly Beckon Ever Inward, needless to say. So the question here is, do I just go Add the Presence from bottom track, take this ability here, which gives me air, a moon, or a plant, and 2 energy, which at this point doesn't actually do much of anything for me because I don't have the there's a whole pile of nearlies happening here, but it's not quite working. If I do it this way, I do actually unlock. No, I don't either, because then I'm missing the, I can't have the moon and the air. So either way, I can't hit the level 3 of the Forsake. So that's okay. Do I then just play Softly Beckon and go top track instead, and then gain a power card now, and that gives me a minor, and that can stretch out my hand a little bit, and then next turn maybe go major? And yeah, then I'm throwing away Softly Beckon, but that's not what I want to do. So that's madness. I can't do that. And I don't really want to go minor, minor, then major. So I could go gain a power card now, then gain the... I suppose I could do this now, which would give me access to the second level of the innate. It'll get some energy in the pool. But again, what am I doing next turn when I look for a major? I'm not throwing away that Softly Beckon. That's not happening. So I believe I need to go bottom track with this. Bite the bullet, play one of the other things, and then look for the major next turn. That's what I'm doing. So it's Softly Beckon, and then at that point it's going to be either add the Badlands or do the Gift of the Untamed Wild. And I think, unfortunately, it is going to have to be the Badlands card. It just costs more. The other thing has better elements for thresholding majors. It's got 4 elements instead of 3. Oh, there goes my light. I forgot to plug that back in. Sorry, folks. Oh, there had to be a hiccup. Sure, there didn't. Or didn't there? Get that plugged back in. Give me a second here. Oh, dearie me. Apologies, folks. It's warm in here. I'm starting to sweat. I'm getting overwhelmed. I'm out of my element. This is very much me out of my element right now. We're 43 minutes in and I don't have a plan. This is what I would have loved to have spent an hour on earlier before I recorded. So I'm a bit at sea here, but this is where you hopefully get to see how do you approach a game where you're kind of, you don't really know what to do. You're a bit stuck and how do you think it through? So that's kind of what I wanted to achieve with this channel. I said it before, I'm getting a bit off topic here, which is not a great thing to do when you're 43 minutes in on the first turn. But I said before on the channel that I didn't want to come and tell you this is exactly the approach. This is exactly the, G2 top twice, then G3 bottom twice, that kind of thing, because I don't really play this game in that way as such. I do with some spirits, and yes, there are some patterns that I like to use with certain spirits, but I prefer the game when you're getting in the weeds and you don't have a plan almost, and you're struggling and you're trying to find a way out, which is exactly what's happening to me right now. I don't think I've ever played Tangles before. I think I said that already. This is my first time, I think, playing this spirit, and it's been a while since I played Lure as well, and it's been a while since I've played Habsburg, so I'm a bit out of my comfort zone here, but let's see if we can piece it together, and you can kind of see the thought processes and the wheels kind of turning in how I do this. So hopefully that's useful. But let's see. So that's what I'm doing. As I say, I think Perils is the one I want to throw away. It's the worst element when we think about thresholding majors. So I will go ahead and do that on that side. That's going to be bottom track. That's going to give me 2 energy. This is going to jump over there, as I said. That's where I want to go with that. That's going to give me the 2 energy, and I'm going to get 1 from top track, so it's going to pay for everything I just did there. And what I can do in this case is I can just kind of add a Badlands at range 1 on this land and use that as my kind of gather stuff from everywhere type of land. You can see there it's touching 6 lands. That's a really nicely located land, and I think we can do some pretty nice things with that one, all things considered. So that's all that. The side of green, then we said we wanted to do a draft. Of course, here we have to pick an element for this one, and I think in this case we'll take the plant, because that's going to give us level 2 of this, and it will give us level 1 of this. And as I said before, we can't get access to level 3. We're missing 1 element of either. So we'll have level 1 and 2 on this side and only level 2 on this side. That's all fine. Put that there. We gained all our energy. We moved our stuff across, so we know we're going to softly beckon from there. We'll probably place the Badlands in there, and then we're going to make our way over to solve that land with green after the fact. So over on green side, then we went pull from top track with this, which is going to give us 1 energy. We're going to gain a further 3 energy by using the G3. Which will also give us a power card. So let's go ahead and take that draft here. And we will look for a minor power at this stage with green. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go ahead and have a look here what we have. We've got Blood, draws Predators, Razor Sharp, Undergrowth, Song of Sanctity is beautiful, Elements, and Spur On Words of Fire is one of the best cards in the deck. So here's an interesting choice. I'm going to put Overgrow back in my hand here for now. I wondered what would happen if I found a card that gave me exactly these 3 elements. I didn't think it was very likely, but I wondered if I had it, what would happen. Now, if I have Song of Sanctity, so let's go ahead and throw Song of Sanctity quickly into the card cam while I talk this through here. So I'll move these over to the side for now, and we'll take a look and see. Let's fix that there for a second. So if I took that Song of Sanctity, next turn, I can put the Stem the Flow back in my hand, not play that, and put the Belligerent Aggressive Crops back in my hand and not play that either. And I could play Fields Choke with Growth plus the Song of Sanctity, which gives me the 2 Water and the 2 Sun that we talked about. And then I can play Overgrow of Night next turn instead. Okay? And if I do that, that would allow me to... What does that allow me to do? Well, it allows me to Overgrow Night and choose where I want to put that presence next turn instead. I don't know for now where I want to put the presence with Overgrow Night. Overgrow Night is your card that gives you access to your non-jungle and wetland lands, because it obviously it adds a presence at range 1 into any. So you're kind of looking for ways to not always go into the jungles and wetlands. So I don't want to waste that right now. And right now I'd just be guessing where I want to put that if I play it on the first turn. So if I take the Song of Sanctity, I could do this as a kind of a next turn, and that would still give me I have to obviously play Overgrown Night either on turn 1 or turn 2, so that would give me the thing next turn. Now Song of Sanctity itself, the card, I didn't talk about it while I was in the card count, it pushes Explorers, which isn't great. I already have things to push Explorers. It removes a Blight, sure, but against this Adversary, you're not even really looking to remove Blight, but it's a really good element. It hits my innate so well. Spur On with Words of Fire is miles the better card. Like, Spur On with Words of Fire is, as I say, one of the best cards on the whole deck. The card is insane. It gives me a sun. If I start going bottom track with this spirit now, and I just fit Spur On Words of Fire into my reclaim loop, I could still potentially start hitting thresholds of my innates while having Spur On with Words of Fire in the kit. Like, how much are my innates even doing for me? They're not that good. Downgrading a city into a town, like, it's... I talked about before, I don't really feel like this is a matchup where I can lean on Green's kit to clear all the plastic. It feels like I'm going to need majors, and it feels like I might need majors on both sides here. Not all in, maybe majors, but like feed them into the plan somehow. And taking Spur On Words of Fire gives me access to, some elements and air that I maybe need for thresholding another major. So I think Spur On is just too much better than Song of Sanctity here that I have to take it. We'll throw Spur On into the card cam here, and that could do really, really nice things for unlocking some of the stuff with Lure. We talked about obviously some of the issues with Lure's kind of economy and growth and managing all of that. And Spur On is a way to obviously overcome some of those issues. Got a little bit of a glare on the top of that screen there, folks. I apologize for that. I was trying to sort all that stuff. It was one of the numerous issues I was trying to sort out. If I push that up a tiny bit, does that do anything to solve it? No, it certainly doesn't. So maybe I'll push that back down again. There, it's a bit of a pity. Apologies. I was trying to sort all sorts of glare things out when I was doing this. Before I have the light above me off, which is usually on all of my playthroughs up until now, but that's off because it was creating a horrible glare on the Tangles card down here. So again, these are all the things I was trying to solve. I thought I had this one solved. I don't know how that's come back in. It might not have been there at the start of the video, and now I've kind of knocked my thing a little bit off balance. Can I straighten that up at all? Can I? Let's see. Look, we'll do what we can with it. Anyway, we found Spur On with Words of Fire. Good God Almighty, I am all over the place with this playthrough today. I'm really sorry about this, folks. Maybe you're having a laugh while you're sitting watching at home and laughing at me struggling here. So we're not taking blood draws. We're not taking the razor sharp because neither of those were really in question. And we're not taking the Song of Sanctity because it doesn't do much in this matchup. Those are going to be thrown away, and they can go up there off the screen. The Overgrown Knight will now need to be played this turn, unless I start with Spur On with Words of Fire. No, I can't, because as I said before, these are the three cards that I need to play next turn to be able to unlock the innates that I talked about. So Spur On's going to sit there for a little bit. It won't come into play just yet, but that's quite okay. We don't need it to. So we took 3+1. Two of them go there, one of them go there. Let's see if we can actually start making progress on this first turn before it reaches the hour mark. We're absolutely all at sea here. So let me think. So placing at presence to a jungle or a wetland, range 2. It's funny, we start in both corners here, and we're having to kind of converge in on the island, which I thought was quite an interesting setup as well. I never talked about that. So we know we want to let all these ravages through. I think going up into that land there will help protect Lure's presence a little bit, maybe over there, if that happens to come up, and we maybe don't want to take a ravage in that land. That could potentially be something. Sorry, not that land, because we know we're going in there to be able to target that with our innate on the next turn, most likely. So I think going over there is probably not bad for that range 2 presence. So that's going to give me the Overgrow of the Night that we talked about. On this side of the board, we've already done everything from Lure, and on the first turn we will have none of our innates on the side of green. So fast powers, in this case, going to be Overgrow at Night, and I'm going to have to take this from well, it doesn't really matter, right? I can take it from plant, but it's still not unlocking anything for us for innate reasons. I think that's probably okay. Going from bottom track doesn't get us any closer to 3 card plays anyway, so it's fine. So we need to go at range 1 here. Next turn, we're going to be able to do add a presence to a jungle or wetland and add a presence at range 1, both of which can get us into that land. Bottom next turn with those 2 presents. So we can do that already. So where do we want to go at range 1 then? We have this land is solved. That's fine. Where would we want to prevent a ravage in the future? That could be a lost condition. I don't really see anything on this board right now that's screaming out to me that needs to be a land where I go into. I do want to choose a non-jungle wetland land here. That's for sure. We'd rather defend lands with the Han, so we don't really need to pick them. Maybe just in there. Might just be a thing that could get converted from a thing or something like that. We also need to think about from the perspective of some of the event cards that can help us in lands with the Han. That might be a tiebreaker here, but you know we'd need to go in there in that case, and I don't really want to go into that land. That's too close to that corner. So I think I'm going to go in here for now and let that be the play. That's that. Okay, everything done. We're going to go ahead and we're going to flip an event. I have them over here. It's not going to get carried out. It's going to be Wounded Lands Attract Explorers. That's just going to sit over there because it's the first turn. We finally got through the growth phase on the first turn. I hope you stuck with me, folks, and I hope you're enjoying the show so far, even if I am indeed stumbling and fumbling my way through. Now, we'll go ahead and we will ravage. There's no ravage. We'll build. So on the side of green over here, that means we build 2 towns in there, and we will remove this token, so that's not building. And then on the side over here, we're going to do 1 and 1. Now, after the build, we gather. So we do this in board land order first. So we start on board A, start here, nothing to gather. Over here, that has to be gathered. Over here, we have to gather one of these, and then the other one has to gather the other one. So there were no strategic decisions to be made around all that. It was kind of forced. So that's all okay. Now we will do explore, and we will go into sands after all. So that's going to give us a kind of a freebie a little bit in this land here, which should be hopefully quite nice. So let's go ahead and explore. Start up here and we'll go explore, 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 and explore. And that may give us some chances to do things with our explore prevention type stuff that we have on the side of green, which could be quite nice. So that's all okay. It is a pity we picked the wrong land for the presence with the overgrow. And this, by the way, is the reason why I wanted to keep the overgrow for next turn, because now I will not be able to at range 0 do the push and explorer stuff, because next turn I have to grow into here with my growth. So it's a bit unfortunate. Had I put that in there, that would be a lot better for the Tangles in 8. So that was something sort of to consider there. But look, it is what it is. It's okay. We're not too worried. So we did all of our explorers. That's going to move over. That's going to move over. And then we will have our slow powers on the side of lure. So on this side of the board, we have at range 1, we have we can replace a town with 2 explorers, and then we can gather the explorers out of the land. So just looking here, softly beckon ever inward in this land could pull those 2 explorers in here and stop 2 builds over there, which is pretty good. Now, what does that mean? We could also, pull those 2 to Han into that land as well. and kind of pair up our Dahan as well on that side of the board, which is all fairly decent news. Stopping 2 builds with Softly Beckon is kind of where you want to be with that card. We wouldn't gather any towns because that would put a town adjacent to this land, and that would cause a problem for Green's defend a 4 in their next turn. So we wouldn't do that, but we don't need to because this still isn't a lost condition Ravage, so that's fine. So that looks like a pretty good place to do Softly Beckon Ever Inward. Now, that means on this side of the board where we talked about wanting to do the Softly Beckon Ever Inward because we wanted to pull the towns out of here to stop the lost condition Ravage, what we can instead do is just break down one of these towns and then pull the explorers in. And this would now be 2, 4, 6, 7. We won't have a town in here because we will be pulling explorers in, and this will now only ravage for 7 instead of 8. Now, we could get wrecked, of course, by an event card next turn that does +1 damage, but we kind of have to just, accept the losses sometimes if that's what happened to us. I think Softly Beckon is going to be better over on this side of the board. So we'll pull the explorers in here, and then we will do the Perils of the Deepest Island, and then we get to put 2 tokens in there and we can just destroy all the explorers. So that's going to be all really, really good news. So let's go ahead and carry that out. So I think we've got a good plan here. So Softly Beckon Ever Inward over here is gather explore, gather Dahan, gather Dahan, and then do I want to gather some of those beasts out of there as well? I think probably not. Maybe I'll gather that one out of there. I'll put that in there, and then I can maybe do beast damage to kill those explorers or something like that at some point. Next turn, I'm just going to use those 4 damage in there to kill one of those towns because they're durable, which is a problem. But the beast in here could potentially pick off 2 explorers or something like that. So getting the beast away from the very inland there, I think is probably fine. So let's go ahead and do that. This card is insane. Softly Beckon Ever Inward is just an insane card. So that's fine. Next thing then we have Forsake Society, Chased After Dream. So we're at range 1, target land with invaders. After this power replaces pieces with thing, you gather them. So if target has any buildings remaining, we also get some fear as well. So in here, replace a town with 2 explorers, and then after it replaces them, you get to gather any number of them in those explorers. So it does say gather any number of those explorers. So those 2 that I just replaced, I'm gathering both of them in there, which will, if target land has any buildings remaining, 1 fear. It does. So 1 fear. I have 1 there. That shouldn't be there, right? Yeah, no. So that was an accident. So I started with 8. So 1 goes down. So that's fine. Now, next. That's that done. Next, 1 fear. Add a Badlands in here, and then add a beast within 1 in here, and then push up to 2 Dahan. Won't push any. This is Perils of the Deepest Island. Let's have a quick look at it here. This is this one. I'm not even sure. Did we look at Softly Beckon? I think we did. So Perils of the Deepest Island is giving us 1 fear, add a Badlands, and then add a beast within range 1 and push up to 2 Dahan. So we're adding both of the 2 things in here. It's a target inland, of course, and then now I use my right innate, and the right innate says if this power destroys any explorers, 1 fear. So I have the 2nd level only, which says destroy up to 2 explorers per Badlands, basically any token except Strife. I will destroy 4 explorers in here, and that will generate me a fear, and that will solve that ravaging land. Sorry, it'll solve the building land. We'll still do the gather. All that stuff will still happen, but that's all fine. Because we've now stopped a build in 3 of the 4 sands already, which is, again, similar to what we talked about in HME. If you do this approach of just letting stuff go against the Habsburg adversaries early, you start to get a bit ahead of the tempo, and you can start focusing on the next lands, which is quite nice. And as you can see, already starting to kind of come to come to fruition a little bit here. So we'll go ahead and we'll throw the Overgrown Night down here. That's that gone on that side. On the side of Lure, then those 2 are gone. They're going to be in the discard pile, which is just going to be down here, and all of that's going to go back. We will make our way back to the growth, and we already know what we're doing on the side of green, so this one should be quite easy. We're going there from that track. we're going here from this track, which gives us the extra card play and the extra presence. We know the 3 cards that we're playing already, which are going to be 1, 2, 3, and we are going to gain 1 energy from the top track. So 1 energy from the top track is going to pay for that. We'll keep 2 in here for when we reclaim. That's going to give us access, as we said before, to our kind of our bunch of innates here. But I suppose it is worth taking a moment to consider the fact that we did look at the Tangles innate and sort of looked at maybe actually that's not really doing much for us. Is it? What's Tangles doing for us right now? I suppose what it does for us is it gives us well, I mean, we need the defender 4. We made a game plan around that defender 4, so we kind of have to do this anyway. We kind of locked this in already. But the Tangles innate also gives us the wilds and an isolate. But the wilds can combo with the belligerent and aggressive crops to do the extra 1 point of damage. So that kind of does matter here. So let's consider what all that might look like here. It's a pity again that we can't get over here and push that with the Tangles. 1 second here. I've learned my lesson to mute myself when all that happens. Hopefully that will be a pattern that I can continue in future. Let's stop and get a drink. I think I'll take a bit of sparkling water at this moment in time. So we'll need to have a think about where that Tangles is doing work for us. Not because necessarily of the isolate or the push the explorer, neither of which are really doing much for us at the moment. However, getting a wilds somewhere that's beside the belligerent and aggressive crops can matter. It's also worth pointing out from a range perspective as well. We will need to think about having access to our sacred site this turn, which we'll get up in that corner. So that should all be hopefully okay. So let's go ahead then and see. That's our. Oh God, everything is shaking there. Sorry about that, folks. My thing was stuck under the table. God, yeah, this is a real blunder show. This actually might be the first show that I've had, the first episode that I've had as part of the show where I've really, really severely blundered. I'd like to say that up until now, I haven't been too bad in terms of sort of stumbling and bumbling and sort of falling apart a little bit and on many or even any of my episodes so far, but tonight has been a disaster. As I say, I'm sweating. It's really, really warm, and I'm getting a little bit sort of my head's gone a little bit here, but we'll keep going. We'll keep going. Okay, on this side of thing, we said we want to go for a major. I do quite like the idea here of starting to unlock a major. I'm thinking about clearing out some big lands that will come. They definitely will come. So we could in this case go add a presence, and we could go gain a power card, look for a major, and then add a presence from top track and kind of go about things that way. Now we won't play the major this turn, we will be looking to play the major in theory. I would say probably next turn. But now that I look at it, what am I playing this turn if I don't play a major? Just Gift of the Untamed Wild? Because Swallowed by the Wilderness doesn't do anything. We want Swallowed by the Wilderness next turn. So if I go minor this turn, and then I go minor next turn, that would give me 2 card plays this turn. It'll give me 2 card plays next turn, and then it'll send me back into my reclaim. Where I could maybe think about gaining a major then. and that gives me more cards to throw away to the major. Like, I could just be forced down bottom track here again. I said I didn't really want to do it before, but am I just looking to go gain a power card and then go bottom track now, and then bottom track again next turn, reclaim with 3 card plays? Like, that's the strictly best way to do this. That's the correct way, I would say. Again, I talked in the previous episode of if you were in a tournament setting and you were trying to, do the best play to win, that's probably the way to go about this. But I love major powers. I just love them so much. They're so much fun. And as I said, I love the kind of, I really like the top track of Lure. But if I go major here, when am I playing it? Well, I suppose, as I said, I can go major now, play a 0, bank 2, and then next turn go top track with a G3, which gives me 4 more energy next turn. So that gives me 6 energy, which will allow me to play any 5-cost major with Swallowed by the Wilderness. And in theory, I could even, with Spur on Words of Fire, in theory, I could also play one if it costs 1 more as well. So that's probably just the way I want to do this. Because goddamn it, I love major powers. I love major powers. I cannot tell you how much I love them. And also, I'll have Swallowed by the Wilderness, which can give me 4 elements to maybe go towards thresholding a major, as well as one of the 3 elements from the from the thing here. And I just cannot turn down that value. I just love it so much. It's so much fun. So yeah, look, again, I'm not here to show you the optimized into the 100th percentile of how to play this game. I'm here to play and have fun and do some cool things and get some fun stuff on the channel. So that's the way I want to play this. I'm going to play it as a major power. So I'm going to gain a major now. And I'm only going to have 1 card play this turn, which is the Gift of the Untamed Wild. And then the following turn, we start to turn things on a little bit. So that's 4 majors here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, come on now. Let's see what we got. We have, we'll put that back in our hand for now. Paralyzing Fry. Oh dear, we've had that one on the channel a few times, haven't we? But I don't have a way to threshold that card, so it is not the Windmill Slam that it often is. What else do we have? We've got... Weave Together the Fabric of Plays, and you know how I love that card. We have Spill Bitterness into the Earth, which I also don't have the way to threshold this one with. I've no water, and we have Ravaged Undergrowth slithers back to life. Again, I have no water. So Ravaged Undergrowth is a token ability which can, in theory, combo with all the stuff that's going on here with the wilds. So this is what you replace a blight with a token, 1 fear, 3 damage, push the token, and then I'm just not going to have that threshold. Weave Together the Fabric of Place, on the other hand, is a way for me to kind of merge all my tokens into 1 land, get everything in 1 land, put all my bad lands in 1 land, do all that kind of fun stuff, and get a bunch of buildings in 1 land, and join the blighted land with the other land so that the towns are not durable anymore, and it kind of gives me some combo stuff going on here. So there's enough combo element to what's going on here, and it also in theory can isolate as well, because I can get access to that 4 air ability, especially with the Spur giving me the extra card play that is within reach. It gives me a moon and an air, which helps me with obviously the left innate. And I'll be traveling down top track where I can potentially unlock an air as well. So Weave could actually be pretty good here. I need a Sacred Side, which I don't love, but I could do it. And it just lets you set up the token factories. And I just love the token factory of Doom with Lure here, I think would be really good. Paralyzing Fright's a great card, but if you can't threshold it, it's not quite as good. And I'm not here to take boring decisions. I'm here to take fun decisions, and I love Weave. I know I've had it on the channel a couple of times, but Weave is one of them cards where you can do lots of things with it. So I'm taking the Weave. That's in my hand. Now, Gift of the Untamed Wild. That's going into play. Now, I obviously have to forget a card. Sorry, with the Weave, and I will forget. Now the question is, given that I've picked up Weave, do I want to throw away Softly Beckon? Because now I really want to start leaning more into Badlands because I drew Weave. I'm now more interested in set up lands with loads of Badlands, weave them with other lands, and then deal loads of damage that way. Use that comboed with the Swallowed by the Wilderness type of thing. That feels a little bit more like a plan. Softly Beckon is broken, but Weave is a little bit of a similar effect. It gives you a similar type of effect. Softly Beckon has an air though. Softly Beckon with Weave is probably also just broken together. The two cards together is probably just insane. Like that could be a reclaim loop type of thing for later on in the game. Gather a whole bunch of towns into one and then weave that with the other thing and just do all sorts of crazy stuff. Heralds of the Deepest Land, it gives me a Badlands. It also gives me a plant element to get closer to unlocking this extra Badlands ability here as well. And the whole point of Weave was finding a way to get loads of Badlands on the board and join them together. I think I'm gone mad. I think I've gone fully insane, and I think I might be throwing away the Softly Beckon. Given as well that Spur on Words of Fire is a card where I want to be getting cheaper cards with the Spur. Softly Beckon being 2 is very expensive. I've gone nuts. I'm actually throwing away the Softly Beckon Ever Inward here, and I've lost the plot entirely. I just spent a turn on the previous turn talking about how insane the card is, and I'm throwing it away. This may well be the downfall of me, and if I win this game from this spot after throwing away the Softly Beckon for the Weave to get to the Fabric of Place, you have to subscribe to this channel if you're watching, because this is a ballsy play to say the very, very least. So let's see if I can make this madness work. So okay, we took 2 energy. That's in there. We gained the power card. We threw away the other card. We need to add a presence here, and then we do need to consider that we're gonna need a sacred site at some point, and that some point may well be next turn with the Weave. Next turn we're gonna gain 4. We'll have 6 total, and that'll allow us to play these 2 cards, and then we're going to reclaim. There'll be 1 left in the pool, gain 1, and then reclaim with 2. So that'll give us 4 on the reclaim. So we could, in theory, hit the Weave again on the reclaim if we wanted to. We could also, of course, use the G3 again, but I would like to start gaining a couple of minor powers as well here. Now that we have our plan. Yeah, so next turn we are placing another presence, so we can form that sacred site next turn. Is there anywhere that we need to care about? Like, we could jump in here. What's this doing for us? I'm not hitting any innates this turn. So jumping in there, that doesn't really do anything for us. The one thing is I do get to add a slow wilds somewhere, which can matter for the belligerent and aggressive crops. You can actually give either spirit the option to do this. So let's go ahead and think for a minute then about where we want a belligerent and aggressive crops into. So that's range 2 from a sacred site. So we know over here anyway, first of all, we're going add a presence at range 1 in here, and then we're also adding this in here because that has to form a sacred site. So that's happening. So then we've already gained our energy and all the rest of it. So now we get to go. Fields choked with growth is going to get to push a town out of somewhere. So these two are going to gather a town into them. So that just solves one of those lands. So that's a land solve. The other thing that we can do here is also solve this. No, because that's going to build and then gather. So this is a build, then gather. So 1, 3, 5, 7. So it's still not a lost condition ravage. We'd like to, yeah, we can't reclaim and then defend 4 back in this land, unfortunately. Range 1 from a sacred side is 1 damage to a town. If the land is mountain or sands, 1 damage to each building. It actually doesn't do anything at all. It doesn't stem the flow of fresh water. We're playing a few. We're playing pretty inefficient set of plays here to go all in on that defend 4 in the corner, and I'm starting to feel like that was probably a mistake, but we're stuck with it because we don't really have a better way. We have to defend that 4 now to protect those to hand. We kind of have to do that. So we actually, I suppose here we can deal damage in there because that's going to have a blight, so technically we can kill a town in there. But that's not really doing much for us, which is unfortunate, but again, it is what it is. So, add a wilds, 1 damage to buildings only. If there's any adjacent wilds, we get a fear, and then 1 damage to buildings only. So that can kill a town in that land only. That's basically all we can do with that. Yeah. That's really weak. But, you know, it is what it is. I guess one thing I was going to say, I could isolate this land and then we wouldn't pull the town out of there, but you're going to pull it out of there. So actually that's going to get a town anyway. Yeah, we can't get in there and isolate that. Our choice for this presence was just a pity. Because if we'd have pushed it in there, we could have isolated the land. We could have done some nice things. We're not going to have any blight up there, so dealing damage to the towns just doesn't do anything. So this is a waste. We could push like that town back in here after it gathers out of there. We can just go push that back in there, and that solves that land. We're going to have, well, actually, now that I say this gets the Blight Cascade. So actually, I told a lie. This gets the Blight Cascade, so that actually can cascade in there. Which still doesn't change that much, but it just lets us, well, actually, it does. It lets us use belligerent aggressive crops in that land to kill that town if we Blight Cascade in there after it gathers. So that will actually solve that land. So we can solve that land, and in theory, we can solve that land with the Fields Choke with growth if we want to. But I'm not sure we do want to. We might, on this side of the board, want to let... Well, so this would be 3 blight, 3 blight. And we don't have a way to get 2 blight on either board, really. Getting 1 blight doesn't make a difference from from the perspective of of the loss condition. One thing we can do is we could go blight, cascade in here, cascade in there, and that would give us extra blight towards the thing, but that's insane. You want your blight spread out against Habsburg. You don't really want it in the same land. You don't really want to blight cascade against this adversary. You'd rather just let ravages through in single lands and have your blight spread out across the board for the most part, as opposed to doing the cascade trick. We're doing it here, obviously, because we kind of need to, and that's the way the game's gone. So, belligerent and aggressive crops, that solves that land. That's fine. And then we can do the Tangles innate in kind of any of those lands there to give us the wilds, so that's all fine. We can also, in theory, use Gift of the Untamed Wild to put one back in there in the slow if we need to, which is also pretty okay. So I think all of those things are just okay. This is the stage 2. This is, as we say, the escalation is coming. So, okay, well, look. It is what it is. Where do we want to add this? Oh yeah, we're actually losing this presence, but we'll still have the Sacred Site from here, so that's okay. The presence from Lure. So I have access to, these are the one, I'm missing these 3 in here. And then on this side of the board, I'm missing just this land. It's the only one I can't touch, which is actually pretty okay news. I can hit every other land over here because I can hit this one with this presence. So I'm missing 3 lands in here with Lure, which I think just gives me the need to just set this now and then wait for some blight to come in on this side of the board and then move into a land with the blight so I can set up the token factory and maybe another land as well. So I think that's all fine there. We know we're going to want that anyway next turn, so I think that's all good. We took the 2 energy. This is free. We don't have any innates on this side of the board. Over here, we took our 1 energy. We paid for that. We got our 2 card plays plus the 1. We paid for all 3 of those. We are going to have access to level 3 of this and level 2 of this, which means at range 1, I'm going to put a defender 4 into this land up here. And then on this side of the board, I'm going to add a wilds, push and explore, and isolate a land. And we do need the wilds over here on this side of the board for the belligerent and aggressive crops. So I guess in there, because that's the beginning of another token factory for Lure, so that's probably not a bad place to put that, and it is adjacent for the belligerent and aggressive crops. So I'll add that. I can push and explore. Do I want to push and explore? I don't think so. No, I think we keep the explorers where they are. Yeah. And then we isolate the land as well. So use this, isolate that land. And yeah, that's kind of all of that. We said we were going to solve that land and maybe also solve that land. That one we're not too sure about yet. We're definitely solving that one. And that is going to be all of that. We've done our fasts. All of our fasts are done. Let's go ahead and actually, for the first time in the game, resolve an event, and it's a terrible one. Missionaries arrive. God, I hate this card. So this is where we have a need for doing things with sun cards. We need to, for each board, discard the top minor power. If it has sun, push and explore from a land with Dahan. Otherwise, replace a Dahan with a town. It's just a disaster. We actually have a board over here where pushing that from there would be really nice. But like resolving this and then putting it back in the deck under the top 2 cards is so horrible. Otherwise, we do add disease to a land with the city, which is we get the 2 disease. We get 2 fear per player. And during the next normal ravage, cities do +3 damage, which is actually a loss condition. 3, 5, 6. So that actually gives us a loss condition. So we actually technically can't really do that here. I don't really want to take a loss condition blight this early in the game. We can just take the risk. And the other thing is as well, okay, so we've got over here, we've got two sun. We'd have to find 6 more energy. I can discard the spur on for 2, which is free because I'm reclaiming next turn anyway, but I still need to find 4 more energy. And I'm not spending 2 + 2. That just kills all of our plans. So I actually can't pay for this. And I just have to take a risk, hope that it doesn't convert a bunch of things. And then if I miss, I actually get that land solve, which is really, really nice. Yeah. Oh, I just noticed. It actually is a loss condition if I miss. On this board, it's a loss condition because this has no adjacent town. And where am I putting the town on this board? If I put it in either of those lands, this becomes a loss condition. If I put it there, this becomes a loss condition. And if I do it there, it becomes a loss condition. What does the rest of the card do? Each beast destroys an explorer. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. And we don't have... We don't have a fear card. So if I miss on this board, I hit a loss condition. But if I pay for it, I definitely hit a loss condition anyway. So I can miss this board. I use the word hit and miss here interchangeably. I shouldn't have done that. So if I miss the flip and I do hit a sun on this board, it's a loss condition. But if I pay for the thing, it's definitely a loss condition. So if a 50-50 or whatever, I'm not sure. It's probably not a 50-50, but let's call it a 50-50. Actually, we said it was like there's 38 miners of each element in the deck. We saw that as part of our element episode. So there's 38 miners, and 38 is a bit more than a third of the deck. And obviously we've taken a couple of miners out of the deck already. So it's like more than a third. It's probably a bit more like a 40% shot here. To hit a sun card, which is what we want. We actually want to hit sun. I was even saying it wrong again. So if it has the sun, we push the thing. So actually, if we miss, we do the thing. So we're about a 60% to blight cascade or to do the loss condition. But it is what it is. On this side of the board, then we can convert. Yeah, we could convert that. And then we'd still be fine. No, actually, if we convert that, that would turn that into a loss condition. Anyway, it's fine. So we'll start for each board. So we want to do this board first. I think. Yeah. I think so. Not sure this matters. We'll do this board first. So we're looking to hit sun. Let's go now. Come on now. Save the game for us. Don't ruin the game. If it has sun, push a land. It has sun. That's a beautiful, 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 beautiful thing. Push you out of there and get you into, I believe, there. We'll put you in the coast over here. Why not? Okay. Coast over there. That was a beautiful thing. Now, this side of the board, we're looking to flip. Here we go. Can we go back to back? Can we go back to back? Come on now. Come on. It's the back to back. It cycles a time and tide. Now, that is a fantastic news. So we hit the back to back. So what does that do for us? Well, that actually lets us push you out of there and get you into that little token factory of sadness in there if we'd like you to, which I think we would. I think that'll all be quite nice news. The rest of this card then says, so we don't have to, I just want to make sure I did that right. For each board, discard the thing. If it has sun, push the thing. Yeah. Now, we have to return this under the top 2 cards, so we need to remember that. And I will, as I said before, the rest of this thing, by the way, here is each beast destroys an explorer, which is that. And on this side of the board, Yeah, we couldn't. Actually, you know what? So sorry. Rather than push you in there, we'll put him back in there, and on this side of the board, we'll choose him and we'll push him in there instead, because now we get the free kill. So on this side of the board, we kill one in here, and then on this side of the board, we kill one. So we got a free explorer out of the deal, which isn't too bad, and we leave the other one up in the corner. Now, I am going to return this missionaries under the top 2 cards, but I'm going to put it face up so that I remind myself. And again, I encourage you all to do the same. So you can see here, I'm putting the missionaries face up under the top 2 cards. I'll put that back over onto the event deck. Not that I'll remember. It'll be face up in front of me on the deck, and I probably won't even see it. But there we go. So that's all of that. That was really good. Now, Ravage. This isn't the last condition anymore. We take a Blight. 1. Bam. We lose a presence. That's okay. Over here. Bam, we lose a Dahan. That's okay. Up to 3 Blight. Over on this side of the board, we have Defend up here, which kills a single town because they're durable. That's a point of fear. Over here, Blight Cascade, which kills a presence. That's okay. See how much I'm throwing away here just to get Blight on the board here, folks. So it took us a while to start figuring this game out, but I think I'm starting to get the hang of it now. So that's fine. That goes back here. I always say this, and then I go in the tank about 5 minutes later. But look, if you're here watching, hopefully it's something that you don't mind too much, and you're maybe thinky and strategy and kind of love to puzzle it out the way I do. So I'm glad to have you along for the ride. Thanks again for being here. So that's all that. That's the thing that went in there. So we've Blight Cascading with 3 each now. So that's all good. Now let's go ahead and build. So we actually have bam, 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 bam. We've got 4 lands that don't build. Now we're going to go after the build. We're going to do the gather. So again, board land order. So on this side of things, we start with board A, we start with the lowest land here, it's going to be land 4, and we do a gather first. Now we have 3 different choices of where to gather from here. They're all blighted lands, which is pretty good. The only thing that I'm looking at right now is our sacred site in the corner of green is up here. And if we want to use that belligerent and aggressive crops throughout this game, we probably want to be thinking about keeping some towns up around that side of the board. So I think for that reason, I will probably leave these things alone here, and I'll probably go ahead and pull you in there, get you off the coast, and make the coast slightly less dangerous. So that's that. That's that land. Now up here we have to gather, and we'll gather one of them out there. Now one thing I could have considered doing there was leave him there and then pull him in there, and then that gets me closer to solving this land, which actually might be the right way to go about doing this. But given that we have weave together the fabric of place, we want singular bigger lands that we can merge and deal damage into. So with that, pulling them out of here and leaving this city and town in there is a way to do that. I'm just looking at, I got distracted as I was doing this because I was thinking about if I weave this land with the coast, your presence may only be added or moved to lands that are inland. So weaving this with this, it technically is considered a coastal land, but I'm not adding or moving my presence into there. At the end of the turn, if I wanted to move my presence, I could not then move them in here because that will be considering moving them into a coastal land. So that won't work, but I can weave those 2 lands together. I'm pretty certain about that. There's no legality thing here which is stopping me doing that. So I think that's just fine. So that's okay. So yes, I think we want to keep this bigger land here so that we can use that with the weave later on with our token stuff that's going on here. So I think that's all good news. Now, next thing that we want to do, so that's gather, fine. This side of the board, here, gather, have to gather from there. Over here, let's gather out of there, and then we'll keep these in the lands with the blight, which is exactly where we want them. So all looking pretty good there. That's the after the build. Now let's go ahead and explore. We hit coastal. Okay. Well, this is where and our coastal land is going to actually start to matter. And interestingly, we did not hit the escalation, which is probably not great news here because coastal is going to be pretty tough. And we'll be turning off the escalation soon enough because we're about to blight all over the island and it's going to be horrible. But let's see how all this goes. So let's go 1, 2, 3. It's nice to explore with explorers in the coastal lands. After having played Scotland a couple of times recently, it's nice to just put explorers on the board instead of putting 2 explorers from France or towns on the coast or any of that kind of stuff. It's nice to just sometimes add an explorer. So let's go ahead and explore all of those lands. I feel far too happy for coastal lands to have been the card that just arrived. So yeah, look, we're facing down some trouble, some troubling things and some problems, but we'll see how it all fares. Let's have a look. Now we've got our slow powers, and we've got a bunch of them. Excuse me. I said I was going to mute myself from now on when I was doing that, so I didn't, and that's an apology. I have to get that out of there, that's for sure. So that's the fields choke with growth. Certainly needs to be coming out of there. Where does he get pushed is the question. It's got to be in there. Can't be in there. So that would make that a lost condition ravage. And that can't be a thing. So we push that out of there, and that means that, oh no, it will. Just remembered, of course, that's going to ravage for 3 next turn, so it's still going to ravage and blight anyway. Unless we can push, oh no, yeah, ugh. Yeah, that's troubling. Coastal lands got us here, that's for sure. Here's me celebrating coastal lands. This is not worthy of celebration. The Habsburg 6 rule is going to wreck us here. It's going to wreck us left, right, and centre. At least we only have 1 coastal sand. I mean, I think we have to do that anyway, and then I guess we can just defend a 2 in there from the reclaim with the green innate. Yeah, that's what we go ahead and do. We do a defend in there. Now it would be really nice to be able to somehow get the Han in there, but you know, my push 3, I could push the Han in here, leave this, push those 2 to Han in here, but this is now ravaging for 5 because of that blight or because of that town. Is there any way to get rid of that town? I don't think there is. No, it doesn't look like it, does it? And on the reclaim, I'm not going to be able to defend a 4. Even if I spur on myself, that's not going to do anything. And I can only go on bottom track down to 2 plays. I won't get to 3 plays. So none of that will work. And if I go top track, my overgrown at night will still be 1 short of the other plant as well. So I'm kind of multiple different reasons why this all isn't going to work. Tricky. Tricky. Yeah, I mean, I have to push this out of here, but I'll push it in there, not in here. That's clear. I guess the one thing I can do actually is I can isolate that. Oh no, yeah, I mean, I've nowhere near enough to get to the Tangles isolation. I was going to say I could isolate that. I might be able to do that on the following turn. Isolate that land with Tangles, and then that might turn off the adjacency here. This is going to go ravage, and it's going to go build, and it's going to gather out of there. Like, that's a disaster. Well, the isolate is so difficult to hit. nowhere near hitting that isolate. So yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. I'll push that into that land anyway. Although, having said that, yeah, no. I was thinking I might be able to do a trick here. I was thinking about I could gather, if I put it there, gather that, and then this doesn't have an adjacency, but of course it does. Yeah, no, it's madness. So that's going to go there. I think I have to do that with the fields choke with growth. It's a real pity that I won't have it to hand in here. I don't know, maybe some kind of event or something might help me. A fear card, maybe. Will I even have a fear card? I might. I probably won't. No. Okay. The other thing is I can't also give to the Untamed Wild to create a useful disease here really either. So that's okay. So I won't. So I'm going to add wilds over into this mess over here because we're going to need lots of damage with our Swallowed by the Wilderness. So you go over there, I believe. Yeah, we're in trouble in a few different ways here, but again, it is what it is. So that's that. Over here then, we have belligerent and aggressive crops. Pull this down, give yourself a small bit more space here. Belligerent and aggressive crops, we talked about it already. This is going to be at a... Oh, hang on. I didn't do the gather up here, did I? What's going on? Yeah, I gathered in the wrong land. That was supposed to be gathered in there. Yeah, I gathered into there accidentally, right? So here I did... Yeah, I gathered out there in this land, right? That was where the town was. Yeah, I never moved the town. So the town was gathered out of here into here. And then up here, I just gathered into the wrong land. I gathered out of there, but I put it in there accidentally. So that's what I did. So I made a mistake there. So there I was supposed to put this in here because this is the one I was going to kill with the belligerent and aggressive crops. So then I still need to think about this field choke or growth now. I probably still push it in here, I think. Either in here or in here. Pushing it in here, what does that do? That doesn't really do anything for us. Yeah, because this is already not going to be, this is 3, 4, 5, 6 with an adjacent town. So yeah, this is already not a thing. So don't put making that into a thing. It's definitely not into that land. And then pushing it into here. Yeah, oh god, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I'll just push it up into that land anyway. So let's go ahead then and do the add the wilds in here. And then 1 damage to buildings only, and then if there are any adjacent wilds, 1 fear and 1 damage to buildings only. There is an adjacent wild, so then that will kill this town because it's no longer durable, which is another fear. Then I have 1 damage to a town, which is not going to do anything. Or 1 damage to all towns, which is also not going to do anything. Yeah. The only one thing we can do with this card if we wanted to, I doubt this makes any sense, but if we field choke with growth and push like... Well, actually... Now that I look at it, this doesn't have an adjacent town, so this is still only ravaging for 3 next turn anyway. If I field choke with growth and push those in here, now I can defend this for 2, and it will attack back and kill the town. It won't kill the explorer, but we might find a way to get rid of that explorer, and that would solve everything for us, because then it wouldn't gather a town in either. So that's surely a lot better. I was thinking there was a town up there, but there wasn't. When I was making this plan before, I was looking at the town in that land, but that shouldn't have been there. It should have been over there. So now this doesn't have an adjacent town. That's a lot better. So now we can push into the Han. Now it's only going to ravage for 3 because there's no adjacent town, and then that will just wipe out that land, which is super nice with the defend of 2. So that's all kinds of beautiful things. Yeah. Okay, way better. Way better. Right, so that's the field choke with growth. I was thinking about doing something different with field choke with growth, but no, that's significantly better. And then the stem, the fresh flow of water just still does nothing. It deals 1 damage to that town. It does nothing. I was thinking, could I combine it over here? Maybe field choke with growth and push another town in there, which would have gotten 2 town kills. But then I wouldn't have been able to do any of this nice stuff down here. So that's way, way, way better. So hopefully there was nobody sitting at home screaming at the TV. You probably were. You should have been, if you hadn't noticed that, because that was a lot better than I originally thought it was going to be. So gift is gone down with the perils of the deepest island. They're both down here off to the side of the screen in my discard pile. We still have the spur on with Words of Fire, but we're going to have to reclaim here and do the thing that we talked about. So we'll go back to growth. Over here we'll go grow. From at this point we're going to reclaim first, I guess. So let's think about what we're reclaiming and looking for. Do we look for a major here? 2 card plays, no matter what we do. We can go top track to get a second energy, which could give us a major power, and it's kind of looking like we need a major power here. All I need right now is a single point of water to get that defend a 2, and I can get that with either the field choke with growth or the stem the flow of fresh water. And then if they're both zeros, so I could afford a 4-cost major here if I go top track, which could be really, really nice. Stem the flow of fresh water, such a bad card here. I'd like to throw that away and just play the field choke with growth. So I think I'm going to look for a major here with green and go along the top track. So let's look for major power. See what we can find. 2, 3, 4. I do love me a major power. Let's have a look and see, can we find anything interesting? Death Falls Gently. It's a plant, at least. It's not too much else, but it's a plant. We have Voice of Command. Now, that's a nicer card, and that could be a very nice thing with spur on with Words of Fire, which is interesting here. And then we have, actually, that could be really nice. That could give us a threshold with spur if we spur ourselves this turn. So that's going to be really good, potentially. Unearth the Beast, we had a lot of fun with that one in the last one, but that's not going to be it. So I do believe this is a windmill slam on Voice of Command. Let's throw it in the old card cam there nice and quickly and have a look. So I believe this turn, if we take the Voice of Command, and we play spur on, Voice of Command, and that's our 4 energy and our 2 card plays. Then we spur ourselves to give ourselves an extra play and play our 0 cost Fields Choke with growth. Oh no, that won't work. We're going to miss the 3rd green, but surely a threshold of Voice of Command here is going to be better than just needing the defend of 2. So I still think this is likely going to be it. So have a look there, Voice of Command. This is going to be range 1 from a Sacred Side. So again, we're still Sacred Side focused, but this has got to be good. We target this land down here. Now instead of needing the defend of 3, we just kill the town. Actually, can we kill the town? Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Because we'll have 4 damage if we pull him in there. And that will be pretty good. So that would kill the town. Then it would defend. It actually wouldn't. No. Interesting. Because the explorers won't ravage. What we could instead do. Oh, that's interesting indeed. Yeah. Slightly problematic, actually. Oh, everything was looking so beautiful there for a moment, but now I'm not sure. Maybe we just keep it for the following turn, and we just use it somewhere on the following turn. It's still likely got to be the choice here. I mean, we can threshold this card, so that has got to be a good thing. So I mean, the rest of them also aren't looking particularly hot. The Death Falls is okay, but it's going to be harder for a threshold. Like if we took Death Falls instead of Voice of Command, played this turn Death Falls on just like, for example, Fields Choke with Growth. That gives us the defend that we talked about. It gives us level 1 of Tangles. So that would give us a defend in here. Then what can we do? In a jungle or a sand, we get to do 4 damage. So one of our, our coastal lands here, for example, we could just kill like a town in either of those 2 lands, because neither of them have blight. So we won't be doing anything particularly. It's like kill a single town with this card. We get to defend a 3 here. Still not killing the Explorer, so the Explorer is still building. So no matter what we do, either we Death Falls gently or we Voice a Command. Both can solve the land, but both leave an Explorer behind. So I was wondering, like, with Voice of Command, is there any way I can, like, pull stuff away and then still defend? There isn't really. I could play Voice of Command and not lean into the threshold. What does that do? I mean, it deals 3 damage to the town, doesn't even kill it, and then it just lets the ravage happen, which is just unexciting. Beyond that, I'd rather just keep the Voice of Command. So Death Falls gently is just unexciting, to say the least. If I put that back, if I take the Voice of Command and I put it in my hand and don't use it this turn, and then instead I play, so we're probably throwing away the Stem the Flow of Fresh Water. That's likely, it looks like what we want to do here. It's our only other water. We need to keep Spur on with the Voice of Command. Maybe lean more into Voice of Command here. Because getting to pull 2 towns out of places is a pretty good thing to be able to do. Play the Fields Choke with Growth here and try to set up the Voice of Command for next turn. To play Fields Choke with Growth, we only need the level 1. We need to keep the Belligerent to go with that for next turn to give us access to the threshold of Voice of Command, most likely. So then it will be throw away Stem and play Overgrowth this turn. Will be kind of what we'll be talking about doing here. And what does that do for us? Throw away the Stem. That's just going away anyway. That's gone. We don't care about the innate all that much anymore. We throw that away. We play these 2 this turn. I think this is it. And then we Voice a Command somewhere next turn. And we use the Fields Choke with Growth to set up the Voice of Command for next turn. That's got to be what we're doing here. So I think all of that's fine. And then next turn we'll have access to... If we go top track this turn, and then we overgrow to take another one off, then the following turn we can unlock this plant, and that will give us access to the level 3 of the Tangles. And then I guess we can reclaim and do it again the following turn if we have enough energy. We had 2 energy coming into this turn, we said, so we were gaining 2 off the top. That was the 4 that we talked about. So that'll be play 2 this turn, bank 2, and then next turn we gain another. I guess we can go G3 at that point to gain the energy if we need to. And we play basically this. Oh, actually, you can't even see it. It's off the screen. Sorry, I forgot. I was talking about playing these 3 cards together next turn, and then the same on the following turn again, most likely on the reclaim, which would give us access to. We'd have the plant unlocked there, which would give us access to level 3 of this and 8. Together with all this kind of stuff. I have absolutely no idea whether that's good or not. Actually, at this point, I can use G2 and give Spur back over to Lure potentially as well. So I think this is the play. I'm not even sure if this is good and whether this is actually going to get us a win or not, but we're doing it. So this is the thing. We need to decide, obviously, where we're putting our presence here. That's okay. On the side of Lure, then, we kind of know what we're doing. So we're adding the presence inland. We're going from the top track with the moon. We talked about that before. And then here, we're likely getting access to the energy and then reclaiming next turn and then giving ourselves a bit more energy, as we talked about last time as well. So this will give us a total of 4 for this turn, which is 2 plus 2 from the top track. And that 4 is going to pay for weave, as well as 1 for the swallowed. So we kind of had all this lined up as well. And that's the last 2 cards in our hand. So we need one element this turn. So we're going to have access to 2. This one. So if we take a moon, we'll have access to level 3 of this, which could help us with this land. Bear in mind as well, we actually can't gather towns from other coastal lands. Let's have a quick look at what this Habsburg level. Where is it? Here's the moving town thing. Yeah, it's level 1. After the normal build step, in each land matching a build card, gather a town from a land not matching a build card. So in this case here, if we, build towns in coastal lands here, we can't gather from that town into there. So we know, for example, here that this is not going to have access to a town to gather, and neither is this. These 2 lands will not have access to a town to gather from. Because of course, because this one isn't adjacent to that. That is going to have access to a land. That one won't. That one won't, because this will be gone, and then this one will. So it's just kind of a couple of things to bear in mind here with all of that stuff here. Now, if we take the plant over here, then we get this destroy up to 2 explorers business, which could combo with the left and 8 over here, which could be pretty nice. But I think we're probably more likely going to want to get rid of that city to solve that land, I think. And it seems like a pretty good plan. Right now we're going, what? Weave this with... Can we weave that with that? I don't actually think we can anymore. Because now if we weave this with this, it's just going to ravage for 1 million. I mean, in theory, we could just let it happen. Let it ravage for 1 million, which would add 2 more blight to the board, and it would turn off the escalation. And then at the end of the turn, after the build and all the rest of it happens, we just take all of the pieces from here and just pull them into this land. That's a thing that can happen. We'd lose a presence in the land, but that's not going to surely be the end of the world. We'd lose a presence in this land, and then we'd solve that land next turn. Now, we would gather a bunch of stuff back in here, which turns on an adjacency for this ravaging, but then we could... Oh, well, that already has an adjacency for that ravaging anyway. Well, I suppose that's going to gather out of there, isn't it? Yeah, that's the very first thing that's going to happen on that turn. That's going to pull that out of there. So that'll have that. It'll attack for 1. It's going to build up to 3. Then it's going to pull that in up to 5. But then we can Yeah, we don't even need to turn off an adjacency. That can just ravage for 7. So that'll be ravaging the following turn. We can turn this off. This, again, will be 1 up to 3, gather up to 5, and then adjacency up to 7. So that's also going to be ravaging for 7. So there's going to be a whole bunch of ravaging the following turn anyway. So taking 2 blight this turn to turn off the escalation is just not worth it. That's 2 full blight that we don't need to spend. What I can do instead is think about next turn going weave this stuff out of here back into here in the fast and wipe it all out. Is that a possibility? Maybe I go gather the city out from there instead and pull that all in here. And that makes that plan easier. And 1 short of the innate on the threshold, of weave, which is unfortunate. On the reclaim next turn, I will get up to what? What do we say? Bank 1, get 2, plus 1, that's 4, which would allow me to play the gift from my hand plus the weave, and then I have spur to get me the 3rd card play, which gives me a swallowed, and that would give me access. Yeah, that would give me the threshold of weave, which lets me remove 2 invaders, and that would help solve all of that. So I can solve that next turn instead. It's going to build a town this turn, but it won't gather in the town. And then next turn I could remove 2 in the invaders and then kill the rest with the tokens. So I can solve that problem next turn. That solves a blight cascade next turn. And obviously a loss condition as well. So I don't need to do that this turn and take the 2 blight. That's madness. We won't be doing that. But we will be weaving something else. One of these 3 lands will get woven in there. And this one seems like a good candidate given that it contains a beast. It pulls the beast in there and it gives us an extra token for that fountain of happiness that's going to sit in the middle of the island there. So I do quite like the idea of weaving that, and that just solves that land then. That's not going to ravage next turn because at the end of turn we just drop everything back in there. So I have to say I quite like the sound of that. I mean, obviously here I'll waste a little bit of damage because I'll only be dealing 3 damage in a land that's dealing 5, basically dealing 5 damage to deal to kill 3 invaders worth of 3 health worth of invaders, but that's just going to be better than the alternative. The following turn then, I don't know whether we'd be looking to defend. Maybe we can use one of the voice of command to kind of help clear out some of what's going on over here, but for now I think this is the best we can do. So we will do that. And we'll have what? A draft. We'll have a draft on the side of green, which gives us a shot at a minor maybe for a defend in there, something like that. I'm not exactly sure what that all might look like, but it doesn't matter. It is what it is. So let's go ahead and do it all. Weave these 2 lands. Yeah, it's got to be it, right? Yeah. This play does obviously force us into a weave again next turn, but that's okay. I don't mind that. So we didn't take our presence, or we didn't place our presence for anybody, nor did we take our element. So the element again, what is the element that we wanted to take? We wanted to take the moon, because that gives us access to the city pool. Level 3 over here. We won't have access to anything over here, but we don't really have a place where we need to kill a bunch of explorers anyway, so that's fine. We will, of course, then by doing that, we'll want to get access to that land there. And that's also a nice one because it can access all 3 coastal lands on that side of the board as well. So that is all really, really nice stuff there. Then the side of green, we need to decide where we're placing this. And this is where we're going to want to access get better targeting with Fields Choke with growth, and we want to have better targeting for Voice of Command next turn. So we need to think about that. We also will have an Overgrown Knight in here. So can we potentially get access to a skip as well as a good targeting with Voice of Command? So we'll get what? We'll get 1 presence this turn as well as an Overgrow of Knight. Next turn, we can get add a presence to jungle or wetland. And we also said we want to do this next turn, didn't we? Yeah. All on top track. We need 3 card plays next turn to do all of that. So yes, we will be placing 2 more presents next turn. So we'll place 4 total presents on these next 2 turns. And that could give us a skip of a Ravage in both of those lands. So that can solve both of those. So we said we solve this. We're solving that with Lure. We're solving this with Lure. Now we can solve these with green, I think. This Lure's pulling him in there. And that would leave a single explorer behind. We will have a town, though, because this is going to build a town unless we can get rid of this explorer. But look, we're doing the best we can. This is actually not looking too bad. But we are still we're still without extra blind on the board, so we will be taking extra loss condition or not escalation towns, which is actually potentially turning back on some of these adjacencies that I talked about. This is what happens against Habsburg. You think you have it all lined up, and then you go, "Oh yeah, I need to add things from the escalation," and then you hit the other card, which is the placing a billion things all over the board, and then it's terrible again. But look, we're doing the best we can. So I think we want to be going skip on those 2 Ravages, especially because they also protect the hand, and we now have a Voice of Command, so we don't really want to throw those the hand away here. So how can we do this? We can go in there at range 2. Our Overgrove Knight is going to go range 1 into this land, and then next turn we can go add a presence into a jungle or wetland, and then a presence at range 1, and that'll give us a sacred site in both of those lands. So that's where we're going. That's now in there with that, and then that's fine. We've taken our energy, because we said we were going up to 4 here, so that's going to be the 2 on that, and then these are going to be in our hand. We've paid for everything on this side. We know we're hitting that in 8. On this side of the board here, we're hitting just the first level of that and just the first level of the other one. So defend at 2, range 1 from a sacred site is going in there. Where's my, there it is, defend at 2. So that's that. Now, add a wilds. Is this going to matter? Do we care about where we're adding wilds? For belligerent and aggressive crops reasons, maybe. I mean, I guess we probably just want to put it back in there again, don't we? Like, I mean, yeah, sure, I could add a little bit more across for the crops reasons, but next turn I'll have access to another Tangles ability anyway. I suppose not. I suppose this turn, let's actually just try to use a wilds for its intended purpose, which would be there. We don't have a defend, obviously, on this Ravage this turn, but there's nothing we can do about that. We just have to hope that we have a single fear card or something from a what do you call it? An event that potentially helps us stop here. Defend of 2 from an event would allow this. This is going to ravage for 4 because it's got an adjacent town. So anything to defend any amount on here. This is now currently going to kill those 2 to hand, but even a defend of 1 will help us here, because that would kill 1 to hand and then it'll attack back. So let's hope for that. That could be nice if that's what's happened, but anyway, that's okay. We've placed our presence. We know where all of our presence is going. This is going to be, we've already woven these 2 lands together. So it's now going to be 2 fear, which is going to be a fear card. Then it's going to deal 1 damage per token, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 tokens. And there's a single battle land, so it'll deal 5 damage in there. But that's just going to kill the 2 of these. And there is a blight, so the town is dead, which is another fear. And these are, as we say, still woven until the end of the turn. Now, next thing is Overgrow of Night, as we said, on this side of the board, is going to allow us place from the top track in there. Did I cheat? No, because we had the plant and the 2 unlocked bottom turn. Sorry, last turn. Now we came back to growth. We added 1 from the top up to 2, and then we're overgrowing again from here. Yeah, that's fine. So I was just thinking next turn we could in theory go bottom track here and then go to the third play, but we need the plant next turn. We'd like the plant next turn to be able to hit that isolate if we can. The isolate would be really good. So let's look, and of course now we've got a major power, we'd like to be thinking about top track as well. And we have Spur to potentially give us an extra card play, so that kind of mitigates some of the need to go bottom track as well. So I think that's all fine stuff there. We added that in there, so that's all okay. And then did we do the Tangles? We did it in there, which was just adding the Explorer, or just adding, should I say, the Wilds into that land. So all fine stuff going on in there. That is fine. I don't even know why that was there, but that's okay. So yeah, I think we're pretty good here. Let's go ahead and resolve our event. What's it going to be? It's going to be, we're still we're stage 2 now, so it's invaders do +1 damage when ravaging, which we don't really at all like the look of. That's a dreadful news. We really need a fear card to save us here, because that's also hurting us down in this land as well. So not ideal. Yeah, okay. On each board add, so we'll need to put a reminder here, of course. So let's put a reminder on the ravage. On each board add a disease to the jungle wetland with the most buildings. So let's go ahead and add some disease here. So on each board, jungle wetland with the most buildings, that's going to be you there. And then on this board, it's going to be you in there. Okay, and then on each board, remove a blight from a land with at least 2 to hand, which is unlikely to be the case. That almost seems to never hit. And it's true that in this case, that will not hit either. Okay, so let's go to our fear card, and we do need help here, very much so, with this fear card. So that's going to be the end of that event. Interesting discoveries. That wasn't very interesting for me. I'd love to hit a defend here. This would be super nice to hit. What do we have? Each player removes something from a land with disease, so not particularly helpful here. Flee the pestilent land. That is not going to do it for us. No. Okay. So a land with disease. Can we turn off any kind of adjacencies or anything here? That's what I'm sort of thinking. So for example, each player may remove. So if I remove the 2 of them, that shuts off adjacencies to this land and this land, because the first one that gets gathered is out of there into that land. And this is coastal, so they can't, neither of them can gather from this because it matches the card. So if I take the 2 of them out of there, these would both build, but they wouldn't gather an extra town. Neither have, oh no, this one goes up here. So that can still gather him in there. It still might be a fine thing to do. It just gets 2 towns off the board. The other thing that we can think about doing here is, well, actually, if I remove that, and then this doesn't build, and then I do that gather thing that actually solves that land. So that's a land solve to remove it from there. It's just something I won't have to worry about next turn. And then we already said that we were going to kind of skip up here anyway, so we can't stop this from doing the gather. So that's less important to do those two things in here. The other thing is, do we do that one over on that land? We already said what next turn that we can do the weave to remove 2 invaders. It's not stopping that. So I think we might as well just leave that the way that it is and take advantage of the extra damage to deal with those problems next turn instead. Again, swallowed plus weave into that land, which is what we kind of were talking about already. Yeah. So that kind of solves that side of the board. And then well, actually, yeah, does it solve that side of the board? So let's think about it here. This is not going to build, so that's going to be gone. And then it can't gather. So it'll be those 4 invaders are what's left. We still have an explore to do. Explore won't put the town into that land, but then next turn, can we clear the land? Yeah, you could explore as well. It could be a single explorer. And we'd have to wipe them all out for this plan to work with the weave. So weave will get rid of 2 invaders, which would be 2 buildings. This will actually be in here next turn, remember. So then we need to deal, 4 or 5 damage. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no, that we'll have more than enough damage to be able to do that. So that's okay. So we don't need to remove anything from this land right now is what I'm getting at. So I think we do definitely remove that because this is hopefully solving this land. Again, we're hoping we don't hit mountains here. Mountains is going to be a nasty explore if we hit mountains because it's also going to cause us a problem on this board as well, I think. So that's one. I hate removing explorer instead of a town here, but I think we have to do it. And then after that, the next best option will just be one of these towns in here. So I think we're okay. What we can also do is as well, oh no, that one's going to gather first. Yeah, it's going to have to gather out of there. Okay, anyway, all fine. The thing didn't save us though, so we're losing these 2 to Han, and we're not. Yeah, this is nasty. All right. Anyway, flee the pestilent land is resolved. Let's go back and get wrecked a bit here. So let's go ahead and ravage. So this is now ravaging for... Oh, actually, hang on. This doesn't have an adjacent town. Why not? Where did the adjacent town go? There were 3 towns in that land. Didn't we gather 1 there? And then we gathered 1 in there. Where did the last town go? Why do I feel like there was a town in that land? This is huge. This really matters. Because this is now instead going to ravage for 2 plus 1 is 3. Kills a single to hand, and then it fights back and kills that town, which does everything for that inland. So this is massive. I need to know how in the world did I lose that extra town? Did I forsake it away? Pull 2 things in there? Did I do that? Don't think I did. I'm going to need to pause this and go back and check because this is huge. This really matters, and I can't remember how I got rid of that extra town. And this could be the whole game. I can't make a mistake on this. I'm going to have to pause and come back in a second after I check what happened with that town. Well, folks, I'm glad I went back and checked because I was cheating. Let me minimize that so I can see what I'm doing here and make sure that my thing is coming up fine. Yeah, I was cheating, or I would have cheated. So what happened was, oh, excuse me, turning the thing right back on and having to pause it straight away. Sorry about that. What happened here was I was anticipating that gather. I must have done that. I was thinking about the rest of the turn. I was anticipating the gather after the build. That did not gather yet. That should be in that land. I was right. And this would have made a massive difference in this turn. It's a real pity that the things wouldn't have worked out the right way. It was such a pity as well. There were more, if that disease had gone into that land with the more buildings, then I could have removed that instead. It would have worked out so much better. As it is, unfortunately, we're getting wrecked here. And this game is starting to feel pretty tough. I'm not going to lie. So we'll go to the Ravage. We're going to place the Blight, which is going to flip the Blight card. Now, which one of these do I want to flip? So this is attacking for 2, 3. No adjacent town. So this is 2, 3, and it's ravaging for +1, 4. Right. So this is ravaging for 4, and when that comes through, the Han, it's going to place a Blight, and then the Han are going to attack back for 2, which will kill the town anyway. It'll leave the explorer behind, which is going to then build, which is a problem. Now, if I hit one of those healthy, or the Blighted Island card that lets you remove a town from the board, removing this from here would be huge. So I actually want to give that a shot, because if I do that, that will remove that town. Then this will only ravage now for 3, and then the Han will fight back and kill it, and I get to pocket that side of the inland, which is massive. So I'm going to let this one ravage first, because it's not going to meaningfully change either way. So this is going to ravage first, and it's going to place the Blight. And if I hit this, this is going to be, the kids are probably going to wake up because I'm going to scream. So this is going to go. It's going to Blight. As I say, it's ravaging for 3, +1 is 4. So 2 of it gets through. That kills that Han, and it places a Blight. And the way this works, I believe the Blight card flips before the Han fight back. I should know this, given I've played the game so many bloody times. I believe this happens before the Han fight back. I think so. I could be wrong on this. And if it flips something where it matters, I will go and Google it. I should know this. And if I'm looking back on this another time, I'll Google it to be sure for next time. So that's the last Blight coming off the card. This flips. All things weaken. Starting next turn, we're going to have a big problem. This card is insane. Okay. So, this is 3 Blight per player. Ongoing starting next turn. It's not this turn. That's important. Invaders and the Han have -1 health. The land takes Blight on 1 less damage. So now, we can't let 2 Blight in. We can't let 2 damage in. We can only let 1 damage in. And then when you add a Blight, it destroys all presence and beasts in that land and a presence in an adjacent land. So all sorts of interesting things happening starting next turn, but interesting to point. Everything now has 1 less health, so this has got to be an interesting game from here. No matter what happens, we're in for an interesting one, I think. So this could get spicy. Let's go ahead and add the 3 Blight on this card. Now 6, should I say, not 3. Now that's 6. We placed 1 in there. As I say, the Han fight back, and it now kills the town. The town is dead. That's 1. We will unfortunately have an explorer left behind, and that explorer is going to build a town, but that is just the way it goes. Now, next thing, over here, we don't get the miraculous Blight card that removes the town, so that's going to go place a Blight, and it's going to kill both of those towns, which is super unfortunate, but it is what it is. Both of those, the Han, should I say here. We now only have 3 Han left on this board, and our voice of command is under duress. It's under stress. It's being attacked. Let's see how we can fight back. But that's the ravage. That's gone. That wrecked us, but it is what it is. Next thing is there were no obviously lost condition ravages there. That's okay. So now we go ahead and we do the build in the coastal land. This has nothing to build. This removes this. This over here is going to build a town. Over here, we're going to build a town. Over here, we're going to remove a disease. And then over here, we're going to build a town. Now we go after build and we go board land order. So this is again forced. Board A, land 1, we need to gather this town. Don't have a choice. Land 2, we don't have an adjacent town that's not coastal, so we can't gather. Here, we're forced to gather that town. Now, this board here, we now know, we have that one, gather that. This is where it would have been so nice to just clear that inland. It would have made so much of a difference, but it is what it is. We do still have a small amount of a pocket. Well, we've one land actually that's pocketed. That's it. So that one wouldn't explore if we hit it. And then over here, that's the gather. Here we have no gather, and here we have no gather. So that's all of that. Now, this really needs to not be mountain. I'd really like this to not be mountain. It's wetland. That might be good for us. Maybe. Hopefully, question mark. Okay. So what does this look like? We now have 4 blight on both islands and not 5, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. The escalation happens when after the explore step. Okay, so we will do on each board with 4 or fewer blight. So that will be both boards. We'll add a town to a land without a town or a blight. Okay, now. So first, let's explore. And at least we're not exploring towns into the into the coast. One there, one here, and one up here. Now we go after the explore. So we're now about to advance the cards, and then after the explore on both boards, we have to add a town to a land without a town or blight. And in this case, we only have 2 options. On this board, we have 2 options. Without a town or blight. Isn't that right? Without a town or blight, yes. So we can add it either in here or in here. I mean, it is what it is one way or another. So after this build here, we'll have access to... We can pull from that land... or we can pull from whatever that is. This will be there, but it'll be gone. So either way, we can probably pull that out of that inland, whatever that is anyway. So I think we'll just put it in that land there. Nah, maybe we'll put it up in here. Yeah, we're not pocketing that section of the island anyway unless we pull that in. So we'll just put it in there because we can choke it with green. And then on this side of the board, then we have in a land without towns or blight. And this is all kind of bad news because I have a few choices. I can put it there, which I don't want to do because I have a plan to solve this land, so we can't be doing that. And if I put it there, which is one of the only other options, that means I now have a source to gather him in there. So I suppose what I'd be doing at that stage is I'd be isolating this land. Which is okay in theory. So it'll be there. It does mean that also creates an adjacency for this. Although if we isolate that land next turn, it stops that pulling in from that build and it stops that adjacency. So actually that's not bad news in either sense. I think that all could be pretty okay. So yeah, it goes in there. Because that's a land with neither blight nor thing. So that's all okay. Now, we've advanced the things, we did the thing, we did the explore, so we're fine. So now we have here, we know we want to do this Forsake Society in this land. We've made a whole plan around it, so we're going to replace this with 3 explorers. Cities down. it feels about a billion miles away from a stage 3 victory, but it is worth pointing out that it's a lot easier to hit a stage 3 victory or a tier level 3 victory against Habsburg, because they put comparatively far fewer cities than the rest of the other adversaries do. So that's pull the 3 of them, and then we pull the 3 of them into that land, and that solves this. So that's at least good news on that side of the board. So that's that done. Afterwards, then we have we've no right and 8, so that's okay. So now we have a field choked with growth, and we need to set up for the voice of command next turn. Now, where are we doing that voice of command is the question. At the end of this turn, we're going to be pulling you in there, right? So we know that, and I'm just going to go ahead and do that now so I can visualize what the board looks like. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to do anything with that town from a field choked with growth perspective, but just help me visualize. And the next turn, we said we're going to again weave these 2 lands together, and we can remove two invaders, isolate the land, and then do a bunch of damage with the Swallowed by the Wilderness. So that is again our plan, and that will remove all of that. Let's say we remove those 2 invaders, and then we deal, so that this is going in there as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage, which kills all the remaining things in the land. So that'll be empty, and those 2 things will be gone. Which is all great news in the fast next turn. So actually, we're only 1 town basically left on that board, apart from obviously here, but like that whole kind of inland just has that 1 remaining thing up there. So how does the field choke with growth line up then? What I was doing here was I was trying to visualize if I pull those 2 towns out of there with the voice of command next turn, can I stop all adjacencies? And the answer is yes, which would mean that would only ravage for 1. I'd have no adjacencies before that ravage happens. Oh, but ravaging for 1 is terrible. We can't ravage for 1 because we have all things weakened. Oh no, awful news. The other thing to consider here is that voice of command gets slightly better in the lands without blight from a durable perspective. It's now only taking 3 damage to kill the towns, which isn't great news, but it's something. I guess I can push the Explorer out of there with the Tangles ability next turn in the fast. So that solves that. So that does work. Because I have the thing in there, so I don't need to choke it out, but I can just push the Explorer out of there. And that would, so what I was thinking here was, do I field choke or growth, push those to hand in there, and then next turn, gather the towns in here, and kill them with the voice of command in there. Obviously, voice of command, the threshold on voice of command lets you pull those. So I can pull the 2 of them in there, and then I can just push out the Explorer with the Tangles ability, and then isolate the land. So yeah, that's all of that. And then that obviously then sets us up with some Dahan in this land where I can potentially reclaim the voice of command and do the voice of command in there again, something like that. So that's fine. So that's what I'll do. I'll push those 2 those 2 Dahan in there field choke with growth. It does mean that we're left with one board here that only has a single to hand on it, but we've cleared most of this board out, and there is one or two events that really hurt you for having a board with fewer than X amount of the hand. So there's a couple of events in there that you get really, really hurt if you've got like less than 3 to hand or something like that. So it just is what it is. I don't know them off by heart, and to be honest, it's not really something I can play around right now. So I think that's just something I'm going to have to do, and then I can choke out this Ravage over here with the other one. So I'm going to need to think about that as well. What can I possibly do with that land over there? That's going to Ravage for what, 3 next turn? I don't have a defend for that. Just is what it is. And I don't have a fast power with either spirit. I will have what, a fear card, a single fear card. This is going to Ravage for 3. I'd need to defend of 3 to be able to stop that Ravage. I'm just not going to be able to do that. So I'm going to get wrecked by this land. Blight Cascade, all sorts of bad stuff. But it is what it is, nothing I can do. So we've done the field choke with growth, we've done all of that, that's all fine. All gone. These 2 go to the discard, and we're back on our reclaim here. That moon element is gone. We're back on a not a reclaim here. We're going back on a reclaim on this side, should I say? So all that energy goes away, and then we know what we're doing here. These go to our discard, and then we reclaim, and we get 1 energy. We're going to get 2 energy from the top track. And the question here becomes, do I gain a power card and look for a 0 cost? What I need here is a 0 cost card that can defend this, that also has an heir to give me the threshold on weave, which is a massive ask. Well, actually no, because I also need the heir for weave. I need to take the this to give me the heir for weave as well. So in actual fact, I'm kind of, what we're saying here is this was the plan that we were going for. These 3 cards using the spur with green. We'd have enough energy because spur will obviously give us +1 to be able to afford the swallow by the wilderness. That gives us the threshold on the weave, which we need. If we don't threshold the weave, putting these 2 lands together, I only get to deal 5 damage, and it's nowhere near enough. Well, actually, hang on, because all things weaken. So this would be 2, 1, 1, and 1, and there'd be 2 explorers left behind, right? Yeah. No, sorry, I removed 2 invaders. Oh no, I don't have the, I wouldn't have the threshold at this point. In theory, I could get, oh no. No, I was thinking of something, but that won't work. What I can do this turn is I can go put a presence in this land with the and then do the tangles in this land and isolate this land, but then that does mean that's going to pull that in there. I don't love that. That's crazy, big problem up there next turn, but it gives me a shot at not blight cascading this turn. Blight cascade here is terrible because I don't really want to put it in that land. That's going to wipe out 2 of my blight in there. Oh, God, there's a lot going on here, isn't there? I think I have to do this because I just have to solve all of that. We've already made a plan for all of that. This needs to be wiped so that this doesn't have any adjacencies. We have to pull that stuff in there with the voice of command and kind of solve all of that. Oh, we also said we needed to push out from here with the belligerent crop, so we actually can't do the isolate thing over there that we were talking about doing. So that's a disaster as well. So we can't do that, but we could maybe just choke this out next turn and not let that ravage, which we might have to do. I might well choose to place a presence in this land right now with my add a presence thing and hope for a defend where your land has presence. Because I really don't want to take 2 blight here. It's not a lost condition ravage, but it's still pretty nasty. So let's see what I can do. Let's see how I can go about doing that. So let's see. So this is the play on the side of green. Let's pull this down. This is the play on the side of green. We said we wanted to go from here, which was from top track. And then we said we wanted to go add a presence and a +1 card play from top track. That gives us 3 energy. Plus the 2 in our pool. That's exactly enough. 3 + 1 + 1. We don't have the isolate. Just realised right now. But we do have the push and explore, and that's the thing that we desperately need to stop this blighting. So it is what it is. So that's that. We place 2 presents, 1 at range 2 into a jungle or wetland, and 1 at range 1. So that's the 1 at range 1. This is the 1 into the jungle or the wetland. We have level 2 of this. Not level 3, but that's okay. So let's look at what this looks like. Range 1 of a sacred site in there. One damage per Dahan / explorers to buildings only. But I have first gather up to 2. Let's have a quick look here. Voice of command. I think we already put it into the can, but let's have a quick look. Voice of command. First gather up to 2 towns. So I'll gather those 2 towns, as we said, into there. Now I'm going to deal damage equal to all of the things in that particular land. We're just going to kill those 2 towns. That's fine. And then so that's okay. That's going to go there. That's resolved. And then obviously the thing, it's not going to ravage, so it's not going to matter. Let's come back here. Now, next, at range 0, add a wild in here, and then push an explorer. On this explorer, I think it can go in here safely because we have the -1. I think it will die in all the damage on the weave side, so I'll move that somewhere else if it doesn't die, but I think it does. So Spur On obviously goes on the side of Lure this turn. That's going to give them the 1 extra energy. The way they play this turn is it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 0, and then the Swallow by the Wilderness is in their hand. And then we're going to give them the extra 1, which is going to pay for the Swallowed as the extra card play. That's going to go there. That is now going to give them, obviously, they're going to take the air off this, and that will give them the max level of this left in 8, which is quite nice. So we're going to get to do this twice. That could come up, and that could be interesting. So now, weave these 2 lands together, but this time I have the air, which is isolate the joint land. If it has invaders, 2 fear, and remove up to 2 invaders. So in this case here, if I remove 2 explorers and maximize the damage on the buildings, so we get to maximize the fear, now I'm going to get to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage with the Swallowed. Let's just count this all up here. 5 damage from the Swallow. That's 2, that's 3, that's 4, and then that's 5. So we didn't actually get to push the explorer into that land for the purposes of this, because those two are joined, which means they are adjacent to a town. So that will ravage for an extra 1. So we do not want that to happen. So we'll push that explorer out of there, and we'll push it into that land up there instead. So we remove the 2 explorers as 2 invaders. That probably doesn't happen very often when you use the weave together to fabric a place, but here it's happening now. So the 2 explorers are gone, and then the 5 damage is killing this. Remember, all things weaken, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5 damage from the Swallowed by the Wilderness, plus the 2 fear from the Swallowed. So then I kill a city and 2 towns, which is going to be 2, plus 2 more for a fear card. So we have a fear card this turn. These are all gone. And of course, there was a blight in the land, so that's all fine. Technically, that blight is all in that land right now, but that's that's all considered one land for now, which is okay. And then that's clear, that's clear, that's clear. This is solved by that, and then this one I just place my presence in and just hope for the best. On that side of things, and then as we said, we've got max level innate of that on this side, and then we've got the belligerent and aggressive crops in the slow phase of this turn, and it can be comboed with the gifted and retained wild as well. So things looking sort of okay, but I'm very aware that that thing is coming, I think, on this turn after Explorer. Yes, the Habsburg Reminder card is coming on this turn after Explorer, and everything is just going to look absolutely shocking again. So that's all something to feel lovely and happy about. So all good. Let's go ahead and let's resolve an event card for this turn. We paid for everything, right? Yeah, we maxed out on that turn. And we max out on this turn as well. So we're also tapped out. So we're kind of running down a bit of up against the dead end here, because we're not going to be able to reclaim loop pretty much either of what's going on here, which is also a problem. But let's go ahead and see anyway what our event has in store, and have a little drink of our super rock while we're waiting. It's okay, It's okay. I'll definitely take it. Now, overconfidence. If you have any earned fear cards, discard 2 of them now. I hate this card. However, we did get lucky. We got really lucky. We got the coordinated defense, and I won't say I got lucky because I put the presence in there on purpose and we hit the coordinated defense, so I will definitely take it, because my fear card was my attempt to try solve that land, and the event did it first, so I'm actually super happy about that. So if you have any earned fear cards, discard 2 of them now. So we'll discard this fear card. What would it have been? Would it have done anything for us? Yeah, it would have done, actually. No, it wouldn't have quite done it. It nearly would have done it. But anyway, I'm just looking at it. It deals damage per the hand. There's only 1 damage in there, so it nearly would have solved it first. But it's okay. So, otherwise, yeah, move fear back, which we didn't. So that's okay. Because we are still terror level 1, of course, as part of this. And then that's not going to, obviously, the terror breeds aggression, thankfully. Next thing is Beast Multiply. On each board, add a beast to a land adjacent to beast, and then destroy beast in lands with the hand. So thankfully, I think we should be able to avoid this. So on each board, add a beast to a land adjacent to a beast, and then destroy a Dahan in a land with a beast. So clearly here we will not be adding that into lands with Dahan. So a beast adjacent to a beast. So over here, we've got enough tokens in here that I think we're fine on that side of the board. We don't need to lump anything else into that factory. But what we can do is we can start to add more into our factory up here. So in this case, I can do on this board, I can do in there is adjacent to the other beast. And then on this side of the board, I can add a land somewhere adjacent to a beast. I mean, I guess I just do it in there, which is probably fine. I think so. Yep. Okay. And then we don't have to do any of the destroy to the hand, thankfully. And then when invaders ravage, if the land has both the hand and present, defend 5, which is going to be that land there. And actually, technically, it is also this land over here as well, which is nearly good. Actually, it's perfect. That land has no adjacent towns. That land is currently ravaging for 5. 2, 4, 5. And it has presence and it has the hand. I can now allow that ravage in instead of stopping it, and I can now attack back and kill a town and explorer, right? Yep, because the town has now 3 health. Oh, it's beautiful. It's just a beautiful thing. There's so many beautiful, lovely things happening as opposed to because of that coordinated defense card. It was the absolute stone nuts. I am chuffed about that, and that may have been a way for us to come back into this game. Is that really? Oh yeah, no, I was about to say, is that really the third turn? But no, of course, because we did Missionaries Arrive, which is the one sitting on top of the deck waiting for next turn, which is all kinds of bad news. But that's okay. Let's continue on as we are going. That was that. Now let's go to the Ravage. So coastal. No. Over here now, let's just be sure about this. No adjacent town. So this is ravaging for 5. All things weaken is reducing the toughness or the health of invaders and the hand, but there's no damage getting through. There's no blight getting through. We're gonna let it ravage. Attacks for 5. It's all defended. Now the hand fight back for 4. These towns are currently 3 health, so we'll kill 1 town and 1 explorer, and that will generate a fear. Good news. Gone. Don't care about that defend anymore. You can go over here. And we still haven't taken any lost condition ravages this turn either, which is also lovely. And then over here now, again, defend to 5, and it's ravaging for 2 plus the 2 over here. So it's ravaging for a total of 5 on this side. So it's exactly the right amount. Attacks for 5. All gets defended, and then the hand fights back for, again, 2 this time, but that has one reduced health, so he gets to kill both of these invaders, and no blight gets in, and we're in really singing as a result of that event. That's all such good news. Ravage done. Let's go to the build. So we do have to build over here. We don't have to build over here because we've got a disease. We don't build in here because there's nothing to build. And then over here we have to build as well. Now, after the ravage, we go board land order. So here first. It's a pity. It's a pity this one is first because we could have pulled that in there or whatever, but it's fine. So here's first, so that has to be pulled in there. Now, second, pull you in there. Third is this land over here, and this is matching this because they're both wetlands, so that can't be pulled back in there. So this one has to pull him in here, and then that currently will not be pulling that out of there because it's already been pulled in. So sometimes you get to do little tricks like that where you get to do things and get there ahead and pull them in. In this case, yeah, it's better to go in there than it is to go in there. So actually I'm pretty happy with that, all things considered as well. So that's all good news as well. Really nice stuff happening there. That's the build. That's the after the build. Yeah. Explore. Jungles. So first, let's go ahead and explore. This is going to take an explorer. That won't because it's got a wilds on it, so we'll lose the wilds. That will take an explorer, and then this one won't because it's got a wilds as well. We lost 2 of our wilds here, but not the end of the world. So that's all done. Now, let's go after the explorer. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 blight on this board. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 blight on this board. So we're still hitting the escalation here, which isn't great, but it is what it is. Is that true? 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. So after the explorer, we'll go ahead and we'll add a town to a land without blight or a town. So on this board, we obviously won't be putting in a jungle. We have a choice of either of those 2 mountains. Coastal is already gone, so it's not really going to matter either way. I guess for sort of inland pocketing reasons, we'll go on the coastal land as opposed to the one with the Dahan. And then on this side of the board, Again, we're not going in jungles. We're not going in wetlands. Sands both have blight. So in that case, I guess I'll just put it into this land in here. And then we advance. Well, actually, hang on. I say I'm going to put it into that land in there, but for gathering reasons. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this horrible thing as well. So this is coming up. So let's have a look at this dreadful thing. So this is when it's revealed, which is after the Explorer. So clearly here I may well consider my escalation lands again because of this card. But what this does is when revealed on each board, add a city to a coastal land without a city, which is currently there's no coastal city, so it can be any coastal land, and then add a town each to the 3 inland with the fewest blight. So let's go ahead and look at what those are going to be, because those are probably nearly forced here. So 3 inland with the fewest blight. On this side of the board, it's definitely 1 and 2, and 3 actually, we don't have a choice. So on that board there, they're the 3 lands with the fewest blight. We have to put them that way on that board. So then I chose to put that in that land. Is that still where I want to put it? And the answer is yes. And then on this board, then I have the inland lands with the fewest blight is currently going to be that's forced, and then we have to make a choice between these 2 lands over here and between those 2 lands clearly here. I'm not putting into the land that's about to ravage, so I'll put it in there instead. Although having said that, am I about to reclaim and do the weave trick again into this land to stop that from blight cascading? So I can reclaim back to, I have none in the pool now, so I'll have to reclaim back to 2 plus 1 will only be 3 energy. So I could, with spur on words of fire here, I could play a 0 cost only and then spur out the reclaim, but then I won't have, I won't have all the other lovely stuff that's happening. I do, of course, have the repeat on this. What's that doing for me right now? Could gather those 2 towns out of up there. Probably thinking about voice of commanding back in here. I can belligerent in there, which can kill the 2 towns, which is okay. And then I can get in there with Tangles and move one of the explorers. Doesn't get rid of the last one. Might still be the best we can do, and then hope that the beast damage is the one that gets it. I could potentially solve that land with belligerent plus Tangles next turn. I'm thinking about if I reclaim and then I get in the land with my G1 in there, and then Tangles away the Explorer. That would leave me in the land with the Explorer, and that gives us a shot at defend from having a presence in there as well as a thing. So I think that's fine. So I don't want to place that in there. So I did want to place it in here. So I think I went here, here, and then here, wasn't it? So I've done the 3 towns on that side of the board. So we were okay with our placement for the rest. In actual fact, no, I wanted to place that there rather than there. That was the choice that I had with the escalation, and knowing with full knowledge that what's about to come was going to be the Habsburg card. That was good. I'd rather bunch those towns together. So that's what I did on that, and it was similar on this side of the board as well. So I did the same thing on both, and then we also have to do the city thing. So we have to place a city in a coastal land without a city. Now we know that this stage 2 card here cannot be a wetland or a jungle. So given that it can't be a jungle, I'm sure I do 1 and 2, right? So that I definitely don't hit a city land with my Explorer next turn, because it can still be mountain and it can still be sands. And I'd rather insulate myself from both of those two things. So that's fine where it is. So that's the Habsburg card done. It's an absolute disaster, but it's done and it's gone now. So that's it. We can throw that away, and now we can start to focus on turning the corner in this game if we can somehow. So we're going to do what I said, which is Gift of the Untamed Wild. Hang on a second. Maybe don't need to use that just yet. So here I can, as I said, belligerent in here. Range 1 from a sacred site. Add a wilds. That's from here. 1 damage. Oh no, sorry. 1 damage to buildings only. Then if there's an adjacent wilds, 1 fear and 1 damage to buildings only. So I get, there is an adjacent wilds. So I get 2 damage to buildings, which is killing both of them because they're -1 health. So they're both dead. That's 2 fear, as well as the 1 fear from the card. That's that. And then, as I say, I get in there and I stop the thing with the Tangles. So I nearly solve the land that way. So that is everything done for green. But we're running out of steam a little bit. The reclaim is only going to give us 3 fear back, and we're not going to be able to voice a command with anything else, which is a pity. But that is okay. We will just have to make it work. Green's done. Now, the side of lure. Again, as I say, I can technically gather those 2 towns out of there into that land, which has just got to be better than just randomly pulling cities in, you know? Like, yeah, I can break down these 2 cities right now, but I'm absolutely nowhere near Terror level 3 victory. So getting rid of those cities right now, even though it's obviously the better value, just stopping 4 of that ravage next turn and just giving it a chance at defending it with like looking for a card or something, it's just got to be better. So I'll pull the 2 of them out of there. So 1 is going to replace that with 2 explorers. So the first one gets replaced with 2 explorers, and then we pull the 2 towns into this land here. Now, when I do that, there is a town left remaining the first time. So that is going to give me a fear. That all goes back up there. Now then I do it again, and I repeat this power again. From here at range 1, second town gets removed, and then that pulls in 2 explorers as well into this land. So obviously that's a whole horrible type of a situation happening with that land up there, which is one thing to consider, but I guess we have to think about the never heard from again here with lure. Can we find a way to destroy a whole bunch of explorers in that land here? It's kind of what we have to hope for, I think. So then the next thing we do is Gift of the Untamed Wild. Now, if I want to, as lure, I could put a disease in that land instead. With the Gift of the Untamed Wild, I could throw away my presence and put a disease in there. But actually, look, I have green in that land, so I don't have to worry about that land ravaging. So no, I don't think I want to throw away my presence with lure there. My presence is pretty important. So right now, the question is, where do I place a wilds? In the token factory. Yep. Up there. Okay. All gone. All discarded. And again, we're really very much getting into reclaim loop problems with lure. This is again what I talked about before. It's so easy to happen with this spirit because you just don't have card drafts or presence placement to burn in the game. You're just often starved with both. What I can do right now is I could go gain a power card, go from the top track, look for a minor power and look for a defend power and try to defend one of these two lands with a defend power. I think it's got to be that because reclaiming does nothing for me right now. I already talked about it. I'm not on a reclaim loop of any kind of description, so I'd... And actually I am, I guess, haven't I? Sorry. It's like I keep forgetting I can just G3 for the extra 2 energy. So if I reclaim loop here, I have 5 energy. I think reclaim looping gives me the weave. With what? Well, actually, let's do something on the other side first. So they're gone for now in the discard pile. We have to reclaim with green. So let's think about what that looks like. Reclaiming with green gives me access to 3 energy only. So I can't do the fancy voice of command stuff with... So technically I could go voice of command with field choke with growth, but I'd have to find a 0 cost sun air card to get really good work done with this here. I suppose technically I don't need the threshold, do I? No. And actually, if I do this with the field choke with growth, that will give me access to my defend innate, so I could defend in here. But actually, that won't be enough because it's now going to be ravaging for. Even if I get in there and push out the explorer, unless I hit a green with the isolate, this will ravage for thing. Yeah. It's tough. I don't think I'm looking for a major here. I think it has to be a minor, and I see what the minor looks like. And then if the minor is a defend power, that might mean I don't have to play the voice of command. So I think I'll look for a minor power here, because my voice is pretty good at dealing some damage here. So I think I only need a minor power. So let's go ahead and look for a minor power. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we might be able to hit a perfect element 0 cost here. That kind of solves our problem. So Visions of Fiery Doom, that's not it. Call to Trade. Sunset Fire flows across the land, and Bat Scout, they're all 1 cost. Okay. Now, Call to Trade. If the terror level is 2 or lower, which it very much is, I can stop a ravaging problem, but I build a bunch of towns. Still might be useful though. What on God's earth am I talking about here? I've just realised there's some insane madness that I did last turn. So you'll have to forgive me this one, folks. I flipped over the jungles and I announced that I'm not going to hit jungles as a problem land, so I'm going to put my cities in the jungles. But I completely forgot that I had just placed jungles and advanced there. I was looking at the thing and thinking that it hadn't come up yet. So clearly here, I am not about to place a city in both of my both of my jungles that are about to build here. That's an utter madness. I moved the cards over, which is insane. Clearly here that there's no strategic benefit at all to do that. So you'll have to forgive me that one. It's getting a little bit late. We're already 12:30 in the morning here, and this is running a little bit long. So we said wetlands was definitely already gone, so wetlands is safe. The other one, then, we don't know. The other one is going to be a toss-up basically between, is it sands or is it mountains left over? And I suppose because that already contains a hand, maybe we care about that one, and also maybe it's easier to defend, but it also has a blight, so maybe we actually don't want to put it there. Maybe we just put it in there and let one ravage go. That might be better. Yeah, let's do that. We'll put that there. And then we already said that one is already gone, so that one's safe. So yeah, sorry about that one, folks. So on this side of things again here, Visions of Fire, we do Sunset Fire, Bat Scout. So the Call to Trade gives us access to potentially the Defend 4 here, which might be nice. Defend 4 up into that top corner could be good. We could, for example, Call to Trade in here and stop that ravaging. And we could, so if I take Call to Trade, we go stop that ravaging, defend a 4 up there. But that would require us playing, so we basically have to take the Call to Trade. How did that end up in there? Bloody Habsburg mining, migrating towns. How did that get up in there? Said at the end of the turn we would have to split everything from the land, and we never did that. When we spread the rest of that town, I would have kept all my tokens in the inland land with lure, so that's fine. The blight we could have spread across. Question is, would we spread the blight? Yeah, I think we probably do. But then the question is, how does that town get there? Where did that town come from? Towns from the Habsburg towns were 1, 2, and then we couldn't place one in there, but I think that was the third one. Oh, God. Bloody Habsburg towns. I hate this. I think I'm gonna have to go and just check that again at the end of that video and check how that bloody town. Sorry about this, folks. Oh, it's getting tired. It's getting late. I'm getting tired. But that again, this matters. Where the towns are matters, and I'm not sure that there should be a town in that land. Yes, of course, it is the bloody migrating town. Of course, this was a wetland at the time. It didn't build, but then it had to gather one of the towns in there. So, oh God, it's it would wreck your head, this migrating stuff. So okay, so it gathered in, and then at the end of the turn, of course, we okay, I made a mess of this stupid city thing again. People are probably crying, laughing, or crying and screaming in agony, listening and watching to the madness that they're seeing in front of them. I've done the exact same problem. I said I wouldn't put it there because it's about to build, but wetlands is safe. It's about to bloody ravage in wetlands. Of course I didn't put it in wetlands. However, what I could have done, again, I haven't gained any information here. This is all face up on the table, completely straightforward. At the time, what happened? So these two lands were joined. I built. There was nothing to build. After the build, I gathered this. I think it was from one of these lands. I can't remember which. It might have been from that land there. Yeah, I gathered that in there. Then I did the explore. and then the Ravage card happened. The Habsburg thing happened. Now, what I could have done there was I'll place that, because that's a coastal land without a city. So I place it in that land, and then at the end of the turn, when you do the kind of redistribute the cards from the weave together the fabric place, then push that away. So now the wetland is safe. I keep one of the blight in that land, and then the rest of the stuff all gets thrown into this inland here with all the tokens. So that is how I would have gone ahead and done all of that. So, yeah, that was just utter insanity. So now we're back to this card draft, and we're back to taking, do we take this call to trade? And I do believe it probably makes sense for us to take the call to trade. The rest of these cards aren't particularly exciting. Bat Scout is okay. It can kill a town after one goes in there. Sunset's Fire is not bad. 1 damage, and you pay 1 energy to deal 1 damage in an adjacent land. What can this do? 1 damage in an adjacent land can kill like a town in one land and then a town in another land or something like that. I'm not sure that's what I need. I was really looking for a defend card here. But yeah, I think we take the call to trade, because the call to trade is kind of a defend card in and of itself. So we throw away the rest of that stuff. Call to trade is reasonably on element for us as well. So we take the call to trade. There's no point in me showing that. If you're watching the channel now, I've played it about 3 times in previous games, so you know what call to trade is going to do for us here. So that's going to go be call to trade in our hand. We will add this presence from the bottom track this time. And that is going to go into a jungle or a wetland somewhere. We will decide where that goes momentarily. So this turn we've 2 card plays only, call to trade, and we play the belligerent, or the field choke with growth, should I say. That gives us access to the defend 4, which I think we do need this turn. And that solves 2 ravaging lands for us, but not a third. But this time, I think we go reclaim with the lure, and then we do this again. Put these cards back in our hand, and then that's the 2 plus the 1 plus the 2 over here. So that's a total of 5, which gives us access to weave and swallowed. 3, 4 plus 1. So we will not have access to the threshold on weave this turn, but I don't believe we need it this time. This over here, this time will take I mean, we'd quite like to destroy all those explorers up there, wouldn't we, really? But I'm not sure that we need to. So I think we still just probably take this and just gather something from somewhere. See, we already have to replace the town, but like if we explore there or something, we might want to gather that city out of there. So that could be quite nice to give us a sort of a fail safe against that mountain exploring, which is probably not bad. So I think we do want to take the moon here. We'll see if we can pivot into the plant at some point here. Maybe we can break out of the reclaim loop now because we've got 2 cards in our hand. Next turn we can gain a power card and play 3 miners or something like that. With the spur on with Words of Fire. So I think all of that is all pretty okay. We take the moon. On the side of green, we've gained that card. We take 3 energy, and we have 2 card plays. So this is going to give us a chance to kind of break the cycle a little bit as well with green. Now, we want a defend in there of 4. That's ravaging currently for 4. So if we get edge cased, we're in trouble. We have missionaries arrive this time, but I think now we're going to pay for it because we can't afford to take a risk. But that's going to give us a cities attacking for more, which we don't care about. So we're going to have to try to pay for missionaries this turn, I think. But that's okay. We currently have 1, 2. We need to pay 6. And I can maybe discard a card and then forget another one or something like that. Maybe actually I just discard these 3 sun cards out of my hand and then I reclaim again next turn with green. I think that's what I do. Yeah, again, I'm doing it off screen. So sorry, I'm saying I can discard these 3 cards and then just reclaim next turn and play this with 3 card plays next turn. So I think that's what we do there and pay for the missionaries, and that should all be okay. So let's go ahead and move forward with this one then. And we do, as I say, have this time the defend of 4. And we actually almost have this one down here because we have the earth, but we're not there yet. And we have just the first level of the Tangles. So what do we want to do with that? Well, Tangles pushing that out of there is quite nice. So we will certainly be doing that one. So let's go ahead then and organize all of this. So first, weave is going to weave these 2 lands over here. Next thing is we're going to swally them. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tokens. So we're counting 5 tokens and we've got 1 bad land. We're now going to deal 6 damage into that land. That takes 2, 3, 4, 5. Plenty enough to kill them. That is going to deal 2 from the card plus a further 3 from the invaders we kill. 5 fear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Done. We have our innate ready to go down here. That land is solved, and they're now merged. Hopefully remember to do that bloody thing at the end of turn. And we put a reminder on that so we remember to do it. Next thing, call to trade in here. You may gather a town, or you may gather a Dahan. We won't. If the terror is 2 or lower, if the terror level is 2 or lower, which it is, gather a town and the first ravage becomes a build. So where do we want to gather a town out of? I think we just want to gather that out of there so that it doesn't build 2 towns. Gather you out of there, and then the first ravage in here becomes a build. Next thing, we will Tangles. Oh, we can't push this explorer. What am I talking about? That's a pity. Anyway, add a wilds somewhere. We also have to add a presence somewhere as well. So jungles and wetlands have both come up. So getting a wilds into a land is not hugely relevant here. Actually, yeah, we can put a wilds in there. That is hugely relevant. So let's go ahead and put that one in there because that could explore. So that's the Tangles. And then where do we add the presence then? I think we're going to want to choke that next turn, definitely. So we'll just go ahead and put that up there. And we won't stop the build. We'll stop the ravage instead. So I think all of that is okay. And then the defend of 4, of course, is going up in that corner. Defend 4. We hope we don't get wrecked by an event. Well, we know the event. It's missionaries arrive, so we won't get wrecked by that event. That event is perfectly fine. Okay, all good. Let's go to the event that we know about. It is missionaries arrive. Let's stick it back in here. We'll go ahead and resolve this one this time. So now we're going to pay for it. So it's going to be 4 energy per player aided by sun. We have 2 in play already, and as I say, I'm going to discard 3 on this side over here with green. Discard all of them, and the Overgrow of the Night is still going to be in my hand. So that's the 6 plus the 2. That's everything paid for. So we will do it, and then the resolution of this is going to be each player adds a disease to a land with a city. 2 of them in there. And then 2 fear per player, which is going to be 3 plus 1 more. That's another fear card. We're nearly at terror level 2. 1 more card away. And then we have during the next normal ravaged cities do plus 3 damage, which we know will not matter at all. So all of that is going to be completely fine news. Finally, each beast destroys an explorer, which right now up here is going to be 1, 2, 3. We get 3 explorer skills off that, which isn't too bad. And then add a beast to a board without one, which isn't going to matter at all. So all good and done. Missionaries is paid for, and finally we got rid of the bloody thing. Now we've got 2 fear cards. Let's go ahead and resolve them. I can't turn them over, so I saw the bottom one, so I'll put that one in here. Immigration slows, and this is thing. So during the next normal build, skip the lowest numbered land matching the invader card on each board. That could be interesting. And then actually it's not bad down here for sure. And then that one's gone. Really, we'd like to remove that explorer altogether here if we can. And it's going to be gather up to 1 into a land with 2 or more invaders, so we can. So we'll gather up to 1 over here because we're going to have to remove that anyway. We don't want to have to bother. So we can gather him in there. And then anywhere else where 1 explorer will be useful to move. I mean, I can just get that out of there into that land. Does that even do anything? Not really. No, not really. That's just going to be a mess anyway after I build and then gather a town. So that doesn't really do anything over there. There's no point in doing that. What I can do is just put some stuff over into some of our token factories over here is probably just a better thing to do. So maybe gather you out of there, put you into that factory in there. Actually, now that there's no town adjacent to this is now only attacking for 2 because there's no adjacent towns. I can pull you in there. That's going to attack for 3. And I have a defend 4. So that's gather and explore into a land with 2 or more invaders. So that just gets a free explorer kill. So that's all done. Done. Now, let's go to Ravage. No. Build, which is building 2 towns. This is the first time I think that this has happened in this game, where I have built 2 towns instead of a city. I hope I didn't miss that in any turn, but I don't think that I did. So that's going to build 2 towns instead of ravaging, and then up here, as we said, is going to ravage for 3 with a defend of 4. Both dead. Done. Still haven't taken a loss condition ravage either, which is quite nice. And now we will. That's the ravage. Now we'll go build. So up here we're going to do and this is the second time in the game where it's going to happen. We're going to build 2 towns. And then we're going to go. This has actually got skipped, but oh, hang on. How is that card worded? During the next normal build, skip the lowest numbered land matching the invader card on each board. It's not like the lowest legal land or whatever. So unfortunately here we have 2 lands that are both empty, but it doesn't really matter. We're happy to have them empty, let's put it that way. So that goes there and that goes there. They both build. Now we go after the build. What was this there for? Was that just for this? I guess it was. So yeah, I think that was probably just for that. So that's okay. So now we go gather after the build. So first here, yeah, we can gather from there. Over here, I suppose we'll gather from there. Leave this one in the land with Blight. 50-50 shot here. Which one of these explores right now? But we'd rather, I guess, have the town in the land of Blight. Could do this and hope that I hit Sands. Yeah, I think maybe I will do that. Yeah, okay. And then on this board then I have 2 legal lands here. I'll go from that land there for that one. And then up here I have 2 legal lands as well. And similarly I'll do that over there into there. Now let's see and flip, see if we hit. We did hit the Sands. So we it turned out quite nicely in here. So this now contains, this is all one land. I remove one of the wilds. This one is adjacent to towns. Does have a source, so that will explore. Over here we won't explore, and then over here we won't explore. So we actually hit 3 out of 4 lands with wilds there, which is quite nice. We do have the escalation to contend with here, and we're still only 4 on each board. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I still feel like there's one just kind of missing or something like that somewhere. But yeah, so we'll have to escalate on both boards, which is super painful to reach this stage of the game and still be escalating. But it is what it is. Again, choose a land on each board that contains neither blight nor towns. At this point in the game, we have only one choice on that board, and then on this side of the board, again, choose, it's either what? Where are we here? Without towns or blight, which can go up in there. Yep. I think that's where we want to go. Yeah, probably. Yeah. And our call to trade is still very much online. So I was thinking like that's a land that we can call to trade up in there. So that's all fine. Okay. So then slow powers, and we have field stroke of growth, which can just solve one of these attacking jungles. Again, do I want to go ahead and try do some trick with the voice of command that we saw before, where I move the Dahan instead of the town? So obviously here I've got an obvious choice with just pushing that out of there into there, and I can do that. But do I instead want to push some Dahan somewhere and try to set up a like if I voice a command, for example, with threshold, I can pull that and that out of there, and I can solve 2 lands with the threshold of voice of command, which looks pretty good. I think I should probably do that. Solves 2 ravages, and it gets to kill 1,000,000 towns. So right now I'd be dealing. So how does voice of command work? So it's 1 damage per Dahan or explorer. So right now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 damage in there will be enough to kill all of the towns. So I don't even have to push the hand into that land. So I can use my my field stroke growth for another reason. Anywhere else that I care about using field stroke growth on? We're just going to choke out this ravage, and we're just going to choke out that ravage. There's far too much in both of those lands to kind of be able to do anything with them. So then can we remove adjacencies of any kind here? We can't remove adjacencies to this land because there's 2 towns there, so we'll definitely pull in from there. Similarly up here, there's going to be 3 different lands. These will all be gone. On this side of the board then, at the end of the turn, we get to redistribute all of this stuff. And there will be a bunch of adjacencies for this land as well. This land here will have that. So technically, I can... Oh, I can't even reach that. I don't even have range to that. I was about to say I could push that in there, and that would stop this adjacency. It would, but I can't push I can't push this town. I can't reach it. It's one of the only lands on the board I can't reach. It might well be the only land on the whole board that I can't reach. It is. So in that case, do I want to set up a voice of command land for another turn? I might. I might. For example, after these gather, a voice of command into those 2 lands. After they gather, we'll pull both of them out of there on the following turn. So next turn I go reclaim up to 5, do the voice of command plus whatever, and then the following turn voice of command again to pull both of those out. But that time I'd have to target this land. So I think in that case, given that, I want to pull these Dahan out of here and push them in here. with Fields Choke with Growth, and then use this as a nucleus for the voice of command to start taking out a bunch of towns on the inland over there. That's what I will do with Fields Choke with Growth. Range 1 in there, pull those to hand in there, and we'll see that pay off in 2 turns. So you're gone. You're gone. All of that's gone into my discard pile together with that stuff in my hand. Overgrown Knight is still in my hand, but I know I'm going to be reclaiming, so that's not going to matter. We did that defend already. And then on the side over here, we have 1 gather. We're like 6 fear cards away, 7 fear cards away from a terror level 3 victory mattering. So getting rid of that single city here isn't like hugely exciting. The one thing I guess that we can do is, we said if we gonna pull that out of there, that would stop this gathering a town. It's the one land where all of our tokens are, but it would sort of solve that big problem in there. So I think I'll do that. And what I might do here is I might actually reposition this over here and start pulling all of this away and using that to kind of try close out the inland up there with the weave and the swallowed combo. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'll gather you in, target this land, replace this with 2 explorers, and then pull the 2 explorers into this combo land over here. And then I will, at the end of turn, move everything in here. I think I'll still leave a blight in there, but everything else gets pulled in here. Yep. Token Depot moves across. This is exactly how I wrote it up. I am having so much fun, let me tell you, with this weave combo on the Swallowed by the Wilderness. This is what this game is all about. This card, Weave Together, the fabric it plays. It's, every time I play it, I forget. Even though I've done this like 3 times on the channel so far, every time it just goes up and up and up in my esteem. It is the most fun card, arguably, in this entire deck. It is just so much fun. So all of that's done. Weave's done. We did the reposition stuff at the end of the turn. All of our energy is gone here, and we do, I think, as we said, think about breaking out of the reclaim loop here for just a moment now. So those are gone down here. That's into the reclaim, or not into the reclaim, that's into the discard, should I say. Over here we know what we're doing, so we're going grow, and then we're going reclaim with spread around in green. That's going to go off the top bottom track, and that's going to give us 3 card plays. Get the overgrow back in our hand, get the rest of this back in our hand, and now maybe a time where I have to consider another major for green, potentially. Maybe not, actually. So I've got Voice of Command here. We know we want to play that. We said that. We want to threshold this, of course, so that means we definitely want to play Spur. And we will want to play something else that goes with that, that has a sun. Does Fields Choke with Growth do anything for us here? Not really. In that case, we might just want a belligerent. And if we belligerent, we get what? We still don't get the isolate. Pity. The isolate in here would have been nice. But we can just belligerent to kill this. Oh no, sorry. We know what we're doing with those 2 lands. We're Voice of Commanding next turn, so we're actually reclaiming again next turn. But we need enough energy to be able to do that, so we can't play a 1 cost this turn because we're going to need to play these 2 again next turn. So that means we want to spend 4 this turn, so we're going to go 3 here off the top track. We have 2 in our pool. We want to spend 1 with this and then the same thing the following turn. So we're looking for a minor power here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have Confounding Mist. That's a defend power that might do work for us here. Sure Seed with Hatred. We're looking for 0s, not 1s. Weep for What Is Lost, and Portents of Disaster. So Portents is a 0 cost that works with Voice of Command, but it doesn't give us. Just gives us some fear to start churning through the deck, but so does Weep for What Is Lost. this turn, we aren't playing either this turn because we need to play this turn. We need to play the field choke with growth to get access to the plant to get the push. Although the push actually doesn't do anything. We don't even care about the push. We can't get the isolate either way. So we actually aren't playing field choke with growth this turn. We don't care. So it's either weep for what is lost, which is a 3 fear in certain lands. Not lands that I'm going to have access to, albeit. Or we have Portents of Disaster, which can just give us 3 fear full stop. And I think that's just what we want to do here. We just want to get fear. We want to start churning through. So I think that's fine. Throw the rest of that away. Portents of Disaster here. We'll throw it in the old card count for people to take a look at while I go ahead and set up on the side of Lure. So that's going to be that. 3 and 1, and then we're going to play the Portents in a moment. On the side of Lure then, so that's gone. That was last turn. We're back here to reclaim, but now we're not needing to do the weave thing this turn. This turn, we just know what we're doing with all of our ravages. 2 of them get solved and 2 of them get choked. So we can actually break out of the reclaim loop a little bit here with Lure, and we can go add a presence, go from the top track, and then look for the card game and just look for a minor power. And then we can play these 2, and then we can play whatever minor power we have, and then we can go back into that other loop next turn with an extra plant element as well as an extra energy if we need it. So let's look for a minor, see what we can find. Portents we'll go get rid of in a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. We have Veil the Night's Hunt, good elements. Pushing the hand together with the Voice of Command could be good. We've got Call to Tend. It's kind of pants. We've got Sky Stretches to Shore, which is a beautiful card. And I do love this card a huge amount. And we've got Shadows of the Burning Forest, which is also pretty good elements for us as well here. So, good options. I think innates is what matter here for us. We'd really like to get some innates going. So if we hit a plant card, we can unlock the Badlands, and we're already doing the level 2 with the just destroy the explorers, but getting an extra Badlands could be quite nice. Otherwise, what we have on this side is we have, so far, we're not hitting the 3rd level of this, but again, from a city perspective, don't really care that much. I mean, we're hitting a stage 3 card now, so actually we'd like to potentially get access to moving that city after all. Shadows of the Burning Forest can let me at range 0 push invaders if it's a jungle or a mountain. Sky Stretches, what does that do for us? Do we have anything that we need to do slow or fast? I mean, Sky Stretches can give us like our fast left innate or our fast right innate. And the fast left innate in a reclaim loop could be nice. It is also a card to reclaim loop with Weave. That's an air as well. But it's not really any of the rest of our elements. Veil the Night's Hunt. Veil the Night's Hunt is good because Veil the Night's Hunt kills towns if they're in lands with blight. It's a pity we don't have any Dahan over here, but like Veil the Night's Hunt in there could kill like 2 towns, for example. But I think we kind of have this sorted. I think Voice of Command has this side of the board sorted, and then we just need to think about this side of the board with the weave. And I think we're in pretty good spot if we can do those things. Sky Stretches as a backup plan with the Forsake Society has got to be pretty good. that can give us like the Forsake Society as a panic button later on in the game if we need to. Or if we build a city, we can just like fast phase, remove the last city or something like that. Or even if we repeat the power with the Sky Stretches, we could get rid of like 2 cities or something like that. That could be really, really good. So I think Sky Stretches here is enough important for the panic button mode that we would quite like to be able to do that. So I think we take the Sky Stretches. Shadows of the Burning Forest is nice, but I don't think that's it. I think this is more of a game where we're leaning on the left innate than the right innate. Let's go ahead and take that. We all know Sky Stretches at this point, but I'll throw it into the card count. We can take a look. One of my favourite cards, as I said before, in the whole Minor Power deck. It gives you a slow to fast, and it can also, in theory, give us a +3 for targeting coastal, although I think we're mostly okay for that kind of stuff. So we take the Sky Stretches. We will take at this stage now 3 energy because we unlock that space on the top track. And in actual fact, I've just looked at this now and realized that because we're unlocking a plant, if I took a plant card this turn, I would unlock the last level, or the second last level, which is the 2 damage, and that potentially does matter here. That actually might matter more than I gave it credit for, because getting damage now matters. So in that case, I had access to Shadows of the Burning Forest as well as Call to Tend. Shadows of the Burning Forest, I think, is the one. I think. Oh, this is tough. We like the fear. Right now, where am I? Am I in mountains or jungles? I'm in one of them over here. I'm also in that mountain. Not doing much in the mountain. I could join these lands and then potentially do something with that. It's close. The 2 damage right now is what? It just lets me kill. Well, I can already destroy those with that innate anyway in there if I want to, but I don't really care about that. I'd rather be dealing damage up in here, add a Badlands, and then deal 2 damage. It doesn't even kill a town. I guess it does if I add it. Oh, if I add a Badlands with the Perils. So we basically add the Perils, add the Badlands, put a Badlands, 2 Badlands in that land to kill a single town. But should we say it anyway, the Voice of Command is dealing with all that next turn, so we don't care. Again, we don't care about all of that, really. Although I say that before stage 3 card Explorers. I'm going to take the panic button. I'll take the Sky Stretches. Something tells me that might come up. I'll take the Sky Stretches and I'll go 1 in there and then 1 and 1. And then when I reclaim next turn, I'll have access to much more energy as well, which is quite nice. So that's going to be that. All that done. We did everything on both sides. The Field Choker, all that stuff is in my hand over here. All good there, and we'll probably reclaim again next turn. But green, we know that. This stuff is in my discard down here, so that's gone. We need to add a presence to a land. Oh yeah. And then that gives us access to potentially somewhere else for the oh no, the card that I just threw away. That's not going to matter. Sure, it's not. So where for the Never Heard From Again? We know we're probably merging that with that anyway, so we don't really need to go up into that land. This is going to go build no, gather no, because all of those towns beside it are all going to be gone. This is going to go build and then gather. So if I put you in there, that's going to let me go out of Badlands, and then destroy an explorer, but it'll have 2 Badlands in the land, and then on the following turn, reclaim the Swallow by the Wilderness type of thing. Single Swallow will solve that land. Right now we will get access to this, but we can gather one of the towns in there. We have a single fear card. A single fear card might stop that build, which would be quite nice. And then we can solve this with that. Oh, this is tough. Oh yeah, no, actually, yeah. Because if I do the 2 damage in there, then that will... No, that's going to solve that land. No, I have a solve. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. Having a mare. Having a giant mare. I am taking this after all, because now I have a solve in that land. So that one is going to go back there. I'll take the Shadows of the Burning Forest, but I'll place my thing in that land, and now I can actually deal the 2 damage after this builds and then gathers, and it'll wipe out that land because it'll deal 4 damage in there. So this is just better. So okay, I finally got there. I'm sorry, I still need to place this presence here from green, and this one in this case needs to go in a jungle or a wetland, and I've got most of them covered in this case. I suppose we might want to choke that at some point? Question mark? Maybe. I guess we're running out of presence here, so we need to think about when the island is healthy, I can do so freely. When the island is blighted, it costs me 1 energy to add these back, destroyed presence. So we've only got 1 more free one to add. We know we're losing 1 here, and we're losing 1 here. These are both going to be fine. But this is going to be a mess of a land, but we're going to probably merge it up with that and kind of deal with it that way. So it feels to me as if I need to just kind of, stick with the lands I'm in, as opposed to trying to get into new lands, because this will be 1 and I'll need another one into that land, and that's just going to be too much. So I'll stick with the lands that I'm in, and that should be all pretty okay. You know what, let's do it over in there instead, and then that covers those 2 lands for future reference, which is all pretty fine. Okay, that's all done. Now here, first of all, one of these is in my hand, right? I played it because of the spur, but it's fine. So spur, give an energy over to Lure, and they can play the 3rd card. So now they have 3 cards in play. Now they're going to have access to only the 2nd level of this, but they have access to the first 3 levels of the other one. So that's nice. Now, next, Portents of Disaster at range 1 from a Sacred Site in there. 2 fear. The next time an invader is destroyed in target land this turn, 1 fear. So I'm just going to take the 3 now so I don't forget, because I'm about to destroy them. So now, Voice of Command. Range 1 from a Sacred Site in there. I have the first gather, so I'll gather this town in, and then I'll gather this town in, and now I will deal damage equal to the number of Dahan and Explorers, which is 5. I'm going to kill all 5 of these towns. 5 fear. So that's 4 plus 1. Fear card. We're now in stage 2, terror level 2. This one is a bloody long video, folks, but thanks for being with me here on all of my idiosyncrasies, if that's the correct word, along the way. So that's all done. Everything Lure has is slow on this side of the board, so that's all okay, because we have pretty much everything covered off here. But 1 fear card. Let's first go to an event. It's going to be Seeking the Interior. No, it's going to be Local Diaspora. In the single land with the most invaders, push 1 thing to each adjacent land. Oh, God, this is probably going to be problematic. It's not on both boards, at least, which is something. And then the other one after that is going to be Beast Prowl. Each beast generates 1 fear if invaders are present and moves to an adjacent land if not. So that's going to be a whole bunch of fear, which is quite nice. right now, every beast on the board is generating fear except for that one up there. So first of all, in the single land with the most invaders, this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's surely got to be the most. This one over here has 4, so yeah, this one is 5, and it says push 1 town or explorer to each adjacent land. So I'll push an explorer in there, I'll push a town in there, and I'll push a town in there. And then we'll do beast prowl, so each beast generates a fear if invaders are present. So that's 1, 2, 3 over here, and 1, 2 over there. That's 5 fear. 3, 4, 5, and then this one moves to an adjacent land. If not, I'll push him in there, I guess. Yeah, why not? And then on each board, push 2 to hand from a land with blight to a land without blight. So on this board here, we don't have it, and on this board here, these 2 to hand are in a land of blight, and we can push them to a land without blight. And I think that is going to give us in there what we talked about before, and it's just going to let us deal even more damage with the voice of command. So that should be pretty good news. And that should be all fine. Now we'll go to the fear card. That's that resolved. Fear card here, 1 single fear card. It's now stage 2, and it's going to be restlessness. Each player pushes up to 3 explorers or towns from a land not matching a build card. So in this case here, land not matching a build card, I can do I can push all of those 3 in here. And then that should give me a good shot of joining the 2 of those lands up next turn. So that's all of that. And then on this side of the board, I think if I do this, push him in there, that gives me a good shot at the voice of command next turn. And wouldn't you believe it, the 1 city is potentially going to be the killer here, because I think I can get rid of every building except that city. Can that be true? Can that actually be true? I think it might be, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, we lost our thing. But the Shadows of the Burning Forest is what's giving us the destroy in this land. So anyway, that's all okay. Yeah, I think because joining here doesn't do anything. Yeah, I was going to say, can I somehow get across there, but I can't do that. So we're all okay. So we've resolved this card. It's a pretty nice card actually. That's gonna go towards us winning the game here, hopefully. So we could have stopped our ravage here, but I'm pretty fine still with choking that, and then the other 2 lands are safe. Then we've got a build here. So then, as we said, we will build up in here, and then we won't build in any of the other lands. Then we'll after build. We will gather from here. This one has, oh, it does, yeah. How on earth did I? Oh yeah, because those were there, and that was going to gather into that land. So yeah, let's not do that then. In that case, let's just push those. Oh no, what? How did this happen? Where did this come from? Oh, I don't know. I was sure there was no adjacency for that when we were talking about that plan. But yeah, I don't know. I can't remember. Oh, wait. No, I don't know. Doesn't matter. No, I'm not going back. It's too late. Push the 3 of them in there, so we are going to have to gather that in there. And then we will on the other side of the board we have to do the gather as well, which is going to gather back out of here and out of here. See, I wasted that pushing that in there because that's just going to go in there anyway. But yeah, again, obviously not optimizing anything that I'm doing here at the moment. So we've done all the gathers. Now we will go ahead and do the explorers, and it's going to be mountains and jungles. No escalation anyway, at least. So let's go and grab a bunch of explorers, throw them out on the board here, and we look like we were getting close to a win, but now we're getting penned back a bit here by this stage 3 card, which is unfortunate. 1, 2, 3, and we already did that one 4. Okay, and then here with 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. Right, so that's all of that. Next up, so we're done on the side of green, aren't we? Yeah, we've got no slows over here, so that's all done. Now I'm starting to feel a little bit unsafe in this game all of a sudden. We'll have to see. Next up, we have a bunch of slows now for our boy Lure. So Lure can push stuff out of a mountain or a jungle. I can push stuff out of that land, but I don't think I really want to be doing that, do I? So I probably want to just push this explorer out of here. So 2 fear, which is a fear card. And I can push this explorer, and I can just push it into, I think, there. That's fine. Perils of the Deepest Island. We already talked about this over here. So what this land now has 2 explorers and 2 towns. That's going to take 4 damage to clear that land. So I can go 1 fear, add a Badlands, add a beast within range 1 in here, and then push up to 2 to hand, and then finally over here add another Badlands. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, no, I didn't need to add a Badlands in here because I'm going to destroy the explorers, haven't I? Okay, so we can pick a better land to put this Badlands in. The Badlands and the beast out of here. Push up to 2 explorers. Well, or push up to 2 Dahan. Well, this is interesting. I can actually get this Dahan out of here and in here and try to set up a win with the what do you call it? Not a win maybe, but at least use that to deal with. You know, I'll just do that next turn after the build with my left and 8, the reclaim. So yeah, that's not going to matter. I won't need to do that. A Badlands and a beast within 1. I guess a Badlands in there is probably still okay. And a beast within range 1. Maybe I'll push the beast in. Where can the beast stop something happening? Maybe I will put a beast in there and see if it does beast damage and clears out that land. I'll push up to 2 to hand. I don't think I'll push to hand. I think I'll leave them where they are. And then over here we did the add the Badlands, destroy up to 2 per token, which will kill one of them, and then 2 damage, which becomes 3 damage, which wipes the land. And that deals 2 fear. And then if this power destroys any explorers, 1 fear. So it was a total of 3 fear. God almighty, it's all very fiddly, but it's fun. I am having fun, I have to say. Target player chooses to add wilds into one of their lands, and at this point, I guess I'll still add it into that land up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, no. So that's gone beyond now at this point. For the count. Where do I want to add this wilds? Does it matter? I don't believe so. We'll add it in. Thinking there. Not sure if that matters or not, but okay, we'll add it in there. We did all that. Oh yeah, the Forsake Society, the Chase After Dreams then, and we will do that on this land. Yeah. Gather him, 2 explorers, gather them into this mess. Done. I hadn't done that already, sure I hadn't? No, I don't think so. Okay. Done. Discarded. Reclaim. Reclaim, gain an energy. I think that's gone. Reclaim, gain 1 energy, and then 3 from the top track. And we will be playing then, of course, our 2 fancy cards. Weave as well as something else. And I think we want to try push for the victory here if we can. Although can we? I don't know. Can we do a double reclaim for the port, or for the voice of command, and try to get a victory that way? Reclaim, get voice of command, give myself weave as well, and the quad air, and try to just do that twice and try to close out this game. Right now we can get rid of every building on the map except for that one. It's a real pity, but it is what it is. Yeah, is what it is. Okay, so we'll reclaim weave. We'll play weave as well as swallowed for 1. Those are in my hand. We'll reclaim on this side as well. We'll put this somewhere, reclaim cards, and gain a power card, and we'll look again for a... Do we look for a major? No, because... No. The only other thing we do, if we don't reclaim on this side, we could look for a major right now, hit the G3, and that would give us 6 energy with the cards in our hand, but that means we won't have voice of command to solve 3 lands over here, so that just isn't going to work. So we'll go reclaim cards, but do we look for a major? Or do we look for a major? Yeah. So that would solve all of that, but we'd still have building in here, building in here. Although I guess at this point, will I have pushed that out? Maybe. Yeah, I guess I will. Push that out, so that won't build, but that will. So we'll still have some more buildings, and then we have 2 other lands on this side of the board that will all build. So we'll have a bunch more stuff on the board to come back and solve next turn, to have to solve next turn. So we'll go down to 1 city in the fast, but we need a fear card to remove that before we have builds happening. But it might still be what we need to do. That'll be cleared. I suppose that can stop that building. That can stop that building. Can't get in there to stop that building, unfortunately. Won't be able to afford Overgrown the night to stop that building. But anyway, look, it is what it is. We'll do what we can. So I think we do just look for a major power here. Major power, in theory, on the next turn could do something, I guess. Let's look for a major. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can think of one interesting card. It's not it. That's not it. Forests isn't it. And Tsunami isn't really it. Don't think any of those really make any sense for us here. Rapid Wings of Sunlight. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm thinking about cards that solve multiple lands, and none of those are really it. I don't think any of those are doing anything for us here, really. I'll keep the Rapid Wings just in case, but I doubt that will matter. This is all going into my hand, so I can forget a card from Rapid Wings. At this point, Overgrown and Night is what. That's just going to be dealing 3 fear for us. Not going to be able to place any more presence from our track. 2 fear, 2 energy for 3 fast fear. It might come up. Call to Trade. We don't want any more building in this game, so I think we'll throw that away. We might need it for Defend 4, I guess, but nah. Nah, we'll throw away Call to Trade. Keep Overgrown at Night, and we'll keep the Rapid Wings of Sunlight, and we'll throw this rubbish away. Although I guess Tsunami does deal with 2 lands. Or it does deal with, yeah, but I don't have to. Yeah. Go. Okay. Where are we here? Voice of Command. Spur on with Words of Fire. That's the 3 and the 1. And then we need to play a 0 cost card. We actually can play 2 0 cost cards here. We'll play them both. So that's fine on that side of things. On the other side of things, then we know what we're doing. We took those 2 cards there to play those 2 things. We'll do Spur On, which gives us 1 more energy and 1 more card play. So at this point here, we of course are taking this as well, which gives us 2 energy off of that. We're flush with cash now. We don't really care at this point, but that was giving us the air that we wanted to get the repeat, or to get the weave, and also the repeat on the left innate. So at this point here, moon, we want to hit a 3rd moon, and we need to hit an air, so it'll be that card. So that'll be the things that we put into play over on that side of the board there. Fine. Now, Voice of Command. Oh, well, we don't have a Sacred Side anymore, so we'll need one of those. Let's go ahead and put them back up in there. Voice of Command targets this land, has the threshold, gathers you, deals 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 million damage into the land, which kills the 3 towns only. That's 3 fear. Going away from the next fear card. Let's say we portents a disaster into the land before we did that, so that's going to give us 3 fear. I can pick up this portent disaster and turn it sideways, so that would be 1 plus 2 more, and that's another fear card. Do stage 2 cards remove a city? I'm not so sure that they do. Oh, we've got that card camp sitting there for ages, sorry about that. So that's all fine over there. Now on this side of the board we go weave. Again, in here we weave this land and this land together. Weaves all of that. And we have the threshold. So at this point we're now going to be dealing what, 1, 2, 3, 4 with 5 tokens plus the Badlands is going to be 6 damage. We want to kill 3 towns, 4 towns, plus 2 explorers. No, we want to empty the land so that it doesn't build. So we'll remove a town and an explorer. Actually, yeah, we can't. We're yeah, it's fine. Because actually, killing an explorer is the same as killing a town. So we move 2 explorers. The land is isolated. The 2 explorers are gone. Now we deal 6 damage in there. We go Swallowed by the Wilderness. So we'll swallow this first 2 fear. Now we deal 6 damage because we have 5 tokens. Plus the Badlands is going to kill 1, 2, 3, 4 towns and 2 explorers. That's going to be another 4 fear, which goes up there, and that gives us a 3rd fear card to try and remove that city in the fast. All of that is done, all that's done. That's slow. We have a fast over here, which actually lets us push that explorer out of there, because now we're in this land. So I can do the, I have what, level 3 the Tangles in A, so I can go add a wild and push you out and push you into. Guess I'll push you in there. All fine. So we've got these two lands are building. We can stop those two lands building. So we will have two buildings over here. And we will have the city as well. But we'll have Forsake Society, Chase After Dreams on repeat. Maxed out that. And we also have this one over here as well, which is pretty nice too. So some nice stuff going on there. But I still think it'll be slightly shy of getting the win in the slow phase. But anyway, we'll see how it works out. We've placed all our presents, we've done all that sort of stuff. Let's go ahead and resolve our event card and try to close this out. God, this is going so long. We have, what are we, Blighted Island. On each board with 6 or more blight, add a blight to a land adjacent to blight. So neither of our boards have 6 blight, which is fine. Now, on each board, destroy 1 town or explorer in a land with beasts. So that is good. On each board in a land with beasts. Kill 1 there, and then over here I can't do anything, so whatever, that's fine. And then on each board, push 3 to hand from lands with disease to lands without disease. Do we have any disease left out there? We do, but we don't have any to hand in those lands. So that event did more or less nothing, so we're all fine. Let's go ahead and resolve our cards now. Can we get rid of the city? Stage 2 cards, 1 at a time. What do we have? We have defense 6 in coastal lands. We don't build cities in coastal lands this turn. Does nothing. Defend 2 in all lands. Does nothing. And on each board, add 1 strife to a town or a city in a land not matching a ravage card. Each invader takes 1 damage per per strife that it has. No! If this was each player gets to do this, I could get the win. So I'm going to add the strife in here, and it will take 1 damage, which puts it down to 1 health, and it doesn't die, which is a real pity. Ah, well. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Done. Ravage. Nothing. Build. So we will choke both of these builds. And then over here we're going to build. And then here we'll build. And then here we'll build. And then here we'll choke this build as well. So we're going to choke, build, and then this gets removed. And then this was choked. This had nothing. This built, and then this built. Now we go after the build. We've nothing to gather over here. And then here we can't gather that out of that because they all match it. So they all stay the same. And then we go to the explore, and it's going to be jungles and wetlands. And we might well be able to do this now. So we are going to go jungles and wetlands. I think we have it now. So we'll go ahead and place all of our explorers and try to move through this real quick. Explore, 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 remove, remove, explore, explore, and remove. Nice tokeny stuff going on in this game. This has been very fun. Let's move this stuff all across here. And now we have our slow phase. So what can we do here? So we have Field Choker Growth. We have, most importantly here, we have the double Forsake Society to Chase After Dreams. That's going to be the key here. So we can do this in 2 different lands. I believe we just do that in each of these lands. Pull those 2 things in there. And then, unless I'm very much mistaken... Oh, I am mistaken. Yeah, I am mistaken. Okay. Well, hang on a second. I think it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, so field choke with growth. Range 1, push you in there. Yep, that's the field choke with growth. You're done. That goes back in there. On this side of the board, we've got Forsake Society to chase after trees. We can do it twice, and we do have the city level, of course, because we have 1, 2, 3 moon, as well, of course, as the... thank God we have the animal. I thought for a minute we didn't have the animal there. So first of all, we target range 1 with invaders. We'll replace the city with 3 explorers, and we'll gather them in. 1, 2, 3 in there. And then we will target this land with the town, and we'll replace this town with 2 explorers, and then we just leave them there. So that's the buildings gone on that side of the board. And then now on this side of the board, we only have 1 land that contains the two towns. So whatever we give to the untamed wild, fine, we'll just place it, whatever, doesn't matter. Place that in there, and then we actually have some damage here. We'll just go ahead and destroy a whole bunch of stuff over there. We'll we have the Add a Badlands. Go ahead and do it. Add a Badlands in that land, and then we can destroy 2 explorers per token, which is currently 4 tokens. That'll destroy 2, 4, 6, 7 explorers, and that will generate us 2 fear. Why the hell not? Clean up the board a little bit on that side of the board. That's all quite nice, quite nice, quite nice. Done. Voice of command is also gone. In the bin. All of this goes in the bin. Reclaim. Take the moon air plant. 2 + 1. 3 total energy. Actually, it's 4 total energy. Doesn't matter. Reclaim. Play the weave. Play the swallow by the wilderness. 3, 4, 1 from there. Don't need to care about the other side of the board. Weave this land and that land. At the end of that turn, it didn't matter. We pulled that back in there or whatever. It makes no difference. And weave into there now. Swallow by the wilderness. These are now in that land with that Badlands. 2 fear. Deal a whole bunch of damage. Kill all of those invaders. 2 more fear. And that is... no towns left on the board, and that is a tier level 2 victory. And oh my good God, did I have to work for that? We are now 1:44 a.m. and my wife is going to kill me in the morning. I never even finished my beer because I was a combo of brain burn in the tank, trying to figure this out between these 2 spirits, and rushing. This is going to be the longest video on the channel so far. It's an hour plus God knows how many. I did a 2 hour, and then I think I did 2 30 minutes, and then I think I did another 1 hour. So this is at least 4 hours, I think, for this playthrough. I started at, what was it? It was after 9 o'clock, and it's now 1:45, so it's probably about 4.5 hours, I think, at this point. So crazy long. Look, listen, thank you so much again. Always, if you were still here at the end of this game, watching after 4.5 hours, I genuinely can't tell you how much I appreciate you being here. I hope that was enjoyable. That was slow. That was too slow. I'm not happy with myself for how slow that went. So again, thank you for your patience if you stuck with me. I'm just not comfortable with these spirits, in truth. But it did kind of play out how I thought it might. But all the little fiddly add a token, do a token, move around kind of thing, it just got me in the quagmire a little bit there. But we found a way through it. We never took a lost condition blight from Habsburg, which at one point it was looking pretty hairy, but we kind of got through it. And let me tell you what, Weave Together the Fabric of Place is a card that is just so near and dear to me. I love it so much, and you saw what it got to do in this game was absolutely sensational. I hope I didn't make any mistakes and do any legality issues there. There was a pretty bad one, a pretty egregious one in the France one last time out, which I would never get to do the deep dive on and explain, but it's a funny one. But I don't think it mattered in the end. I don't think it made a difference to the game, but it was a pretty funny one where I I should have 5 less towns in the pool at one point, but I still think I would have come through it. But anyway, listen, again, it's late. I need to go to bed. My wife's going to kill me tomorrow. Listen, look, if you're still here at this, you are clearly one of my supporters, and one of the reasons why I get to keep doing this. And you personally, whoever you are out there, thank you so much. It's so much appreciated. I can't really say any more than that. So that's all I'm gonna say. If you haven't already, and it's your first time coming to the channel, please do consider hitting the like and subscribe and all of those other nice things at the end of the episode. But that is going to be it for me. We'll see you on the Habsburg breakdown next time around. Take it easy. Well, folks, it does not make me one bit happy to come back in here at the end of the episode, but unfortunately I feel obliged to, as I have just done a pretty egregious cheat, I believe multiple times as part of the playthrough you've just watched. I didn't want to sort of interrupt the flow of the playthrough, as I sometimes do, to kind of correct things, and I've actually had to do it once in this game towards the end, as you've probably seen. But in this case, this was sort of a bad enough cheat that I could not sort of call it out and then kind of track the discrepancy throughout the game and sort of see how it resolved towards the end. So I sort of just had to leave it. And as I intend to put this descriptor after the credits in this particular episode, there may well be many people who either didn't notice or didn't hear the to hear this little segment at the end. But I did want to clarify and put it in there for those who noticed and maybe were wondering why I hadn't picked up on it. So what happened? Well, my super cool combo that I used to more or less win this game, which was weave together the fabric of place and swallowed by the wilderness on the side of Lure of the Deep Wilderness. I used it illegally on at least one occasion. I think it may well have been 2. So what happened? So Lure of the Deep Wilderness, you actually heard about me earlier on in the episode talk about this, where I joined and when I merged the inland sands with a coastal wetland. And I sort of talked through it and I said, okay, is this actually legal play? And I was sort of reading the rules and all of that. So first of all, that is illegal play. So doing that with Lure, I am allowed to merge the land with the coastal land, which would put me in a coastal land, technically, but it is a legal play to do. And I even went as far as to say that at the end of the turn, when I do the kind of unmerge and I choose which lands the presents get pushed into, that I'm not allowed to put those presents into the coastal land because it's technically considered moving the presents. So I knew that that was true, and yet somehow I still didn't pick up on the illegal move, which I did. And what is that illegal move? Well, when I merge those 2 lands, the land now becomes coastal. And by the rule book, the way the rules describe coastal lands and inland lands is if a land is coastal, it's considered touching the ocean. If a land is not coastal, it is considered inland. So they are mutually exclusive. You cannot be both at the same time, even when you merge 2 lands together. So what I did was I merged 2 lands, a coastal and an inland. That land is now considered coastal, which means I cannot play Swallowed by the Wilderness in the land. It is an illegal move. The land has to target an inland land, which that is no longer considered to be. Now, I should have known this, and I should have picked up on this for the simple reason that one of my earlier playthroughs, I believe it was where I played Deep's Ocean and Bringer into Scotland, a similar thing came up where I was playing with Weave Together, the Fabric of Place, and I talked about this thing of what is coastal and what is inland, and I even went and I got a ruling online to say that something is considered inland if it is not coastal, and I described this whole not relationship. So I should have known this, and I wish I had picked up on it. If I had picked up on it, I could have played this game completely differently. I could have done things like use my Weave combo, which was still pretty cool, and I probably still would have taken the card, but I would have used it in different ways, and I probably would have done things like let green maybe focus more on that wetland, which was a big problem for me at the time. I could have maybe moved in there and choked it with green. I could have even maybe taken some blight on that land at the time and let it go, and there was different ways I could have played the game, but there was no way I could have sort of tracked it and come, you know, put some text overlays each turn to see what the sort of updated state would be. It was just too much of a change. So yeah, look, it's unfortunate, and I hate having to do this at the end of the episode, but I would rather put it in there for people who were interested to hear about it. I spent far too long explaining this at this point, but sure, look, we'll stick with it, and I'll stick it in there at the end. If you did watch the playthrough again, thank you so much. I hope you still enjoyed it, even despite the fact that I cheated. So this one will unfortunately have to go down as an asterisk, as a win against Habsburg. I can't really call it a loss either, but it is certainly massive asterisk win, and we'll have to do something about getting these back on the channel before too long and trying to get a win to clear all that up. But that's going to be it. Looking forward to seeing you next time. See ya.